Thank you for tuning into the live show. Welcome back. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome to the Genesis show. It is currently 4:31 a.m. Yes, I know. And today's date is the 27th of June 2025. It's almost the end of June. July is upon us. And of course, the big beautiful bill is supposed to be passed. Well, according to the commander in chief and the entire GOP party, they're saying that they would like for the big beautiful bill to be passed on July 4th, on or before July 4th. So hopefully this works. Hopefully it gets passed by July 4th or before July 4th. Hopefully. But before we delve into the big beautiful bill and this speech the 45th, now the 47th president had in the White House a couple hours ago, and also Caroline Levitt, the White House press secretary. We're going to check that out as well. I just wanted to play this particular campaign video for everybody who is going to watch this video and who is here right now. It's just amazing how far we've come from last year to this year. And this was sometimes towards the end of 2024. But I just want to play this because I watched this video today. I rewatched this video today. And for some reason, this video is always inspiring to me. It might not be inspiring to you, but I feel like it is so inspiring to me, and what this man has been through to where he is today. It is a testament that if you keep working, if you believe in yourself, if you never ever give up and you keep fighting, you are going to eventually win. All right? You never lose in life as long as you keep fighting, as long as you keep working. Check this out.
Trump has left the building.
We can now project the winner of the presidential race. Donald Trump wins the presidency. What started off as unlikely, impossible, is now reality.
I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down.
We have a president who actually fulfilled the promises he made during the campaign. Securing the border to foreign policy.
He now has a record as president that's pretty damn impressive.
Breaking news out of Palm Beach,
The FBI
Florida.
has executed an unprecedented search warrant at President Donald Trump's
against a
Mar-a-Lago
former
estate.
president has both sides of the political aisle up
Is
in
a
arms.
dangerous and unstable moment in American history.
The Justice Department has just indicted former President Donald Trump.
7 years. They hated him, they targeted him, they hunted him.
This is the epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Now tell me that didn't give you goosebumps. This guy has been inspiring for years. I mean, take a look at that campaign video. This was just last year, ladies and gentlemen. This was last year. And, when we started streaming sometimes in June, July last year, around this time last year, it just dawned on me like, this is probably one of the greatest commander in chief ever. I knew he was going to win. I mean, take a look at that campaign video. Anyway, let's come back to the present day. The present day. Here we go.
Big. Thank you. That's a good-looking group behind me. This group isn't too bad either. Very nice. Nice to be with you. Beautiful, right? Beautiful. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here to support one of the most important pieces of legislation in the history of our country. And that's everybody saying that, virtually everybody. The one big, beautiful bill to secure our borders, turbocharge our economy, and bring back the American dream. That's what's happening, too. It's met with tremendous approval and reception. And when we were thinking about doing it, we were going to break it down into 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 bills. And I said, let's make it one big, beautiful bill, Mike, right? They actually said it would be very much harder to get this way, but it would be better. And the truth is, I think it worked out well because there's something for everybody, and I think in many ways much better. We're delighted to be joined by Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, Doug Burgum, Doug Collins, Sean Duffy, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, Chris Wright. Wow, that's a hell of a group. I think that's the biggest group of cabinet members. That's the biggest group of cabinet, and we're not finished yet because we have our great Attorney General Pam Bondi here, U.S. Trade Representative, and he's working around 24 hours. We have them one after another. Countries come. Everybody wants to be with us because we have the hottest country in the world. A year ago, we had a disaster on our hand. We had the coldest country, I think, by far. And now we have the hottest. The King of Saudi Arabia, when I was there, we brought back $5.1 trillion between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And all three said, great leaders, they all said to me the same thing. You know, it's amazing. In 4 months at that time, now it's getting to be close to 6. But in 4 months, they said, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's not even close. And they thought we were dead a year before that. They said, I thought you were dead. The country was dead. And it was pretty close to it. But we have the hottest country in the world, so it's great. And Trade Representative Jamieson Greer is very busy because, where are you, Jamieson? Everybody wants to make a deal and have a part of it, right? I know you and Howard and Scott are working overtime, making deals with other countries. Remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. We have everybody. We're not going to make deals with everybody. Some we're just going to send them a letter, say, thank you very much. You're going to pay 25, 35, 45%. That's the easy way to do it. And my people don't want to do it that way. They want to do some of it, but they want to make more deals than I would do. But we're having some great deals. We have one coming up, maybe with India, very big one, where we're going to open up India. In the China deal, we're starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened. And the relationship with every country has been very good. And we also have OMB Director, who's very busy also, Russ Vogt. Thank you. Thank you, Russ. And also, I want to give a very special thank you. This is a hell of a group we have here. This is amazing, the quality of people. But actually, I like these people and most of those people much better than the people I just named, okay? But a very special thanks as well to Speaker Mike Johnson, who's a great, legendary guy. He's going to go down as a legend. A great friend of mine, a fantastic Senator, Roger Marshall, wherever you may be. Roger, thank you very much. Thank you. Bernie Moreno, great win Bernie had in Ohio. Bernie, great win. That was a tough race. They said that was not winnable, and he won by about 5 points, so that was pretty good. So much for not winnable. Mike Lee is here. Mike, hi, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Tim Sheehy, another tremendous win. Way to go, Tim. Young, handsome. That was another race that wasn't supposed to be able to be won. They said, well, we have a very young, handsome guy. I said, does that matter? Looks don't matter, do they, Mike? Looks. Anyway, great job. You can't help it. You can't help it. Great. That was a great race, along with Representatives Paul Gosar, Greg Murphy, Tom Kaine, Jen Kiggins, Rob Bresnahan, who's a, where is Rob? Stand up, Rob. Let me see you. Good. He's done a fantastic job. And Ryan McKenzie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all. That's great. It's a big group of people. We're here this afternoon to share the stories of an incredible group of patriots from across the nation whose future we are defending with the one big, beautiful bill. This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to, very simply, a phrase that's been used pretty well by me over the last 10 years, but maybe even before that, make America great again. Very simple, make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up and say, we will stop this horrible MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA. We're going to fight it. We're going to, I said, Joe, loosen up. It's called Make America Great Again. It's okay. Remember that he got up so angry. He was so angry. He said, make America great again. But we'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security. We've done so well on the border. You know, last month, we had 0 people that crossed the border. 0. So Christie and Tom Homan and some of the people, what a job you've done. But, you know, people forget about that. They don't care. The border's been fixed. I wanted to talk about the border 2 days ago at a big group. Sir, they don't want to hear about the border. Why? It's fixed. You know, it's the second time it happened to me. In 2016, I won on the border. I fixed it in about 3 months. It was beautiful. And they wouldn't let me talk about the border. Sir, nobody wants to hear about the border. But we're going to talk about it anyway. Right, Tom Homan? We're talking about it anyway. So we have a big number of dollars that's coming here because we want to keep it that way and we want to keep it fixed, and a record number of deportations. We're bringing criminals out by the thousands. Nobody can even imagine. They let people in that were murderers, 11,888 murderers, gang members, people from mental institutions and insane asylum. You know what that is? That's insane asylum. That's a mental institution on steroids. During the campaign, I talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. Do you know who that is, Hannibal Lecter? Silence of the Lambs. I'd talk about it, and the fake news would go crazy. Why does he keep mentioning? Well, because we won in a landslide. That's why they don't want to have Hannibal in our midst. And the day I signed this bill into law, almost every major promise made in the 2024 campaign already will have become a promise kept. And that's very important. Promises made, promises kept. And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of 4 by at least $13,000, and that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good. And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he lowered it to, it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay. But we're going out because Biden gave us a lot of short-term debt. And given the short-term debt, he did us no favor. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably just extend the short-term debt and then go out, because I don't want to tie it up for 10 or 15 years at a high rate. But every point is it's really more, is $300 billion. So if we got it down to 1%, we're talking about almost $1 trillion in saving just with the stroke of a pen. No work, no missing anything, just like an accounting situation. Oh, Doug Collins, I just see Doug. Did I mention you, Doug? I don't think so. I'm glad I saw you. I'm glad that somebody's going to be in big trouble with you. They didn't write your name down, Doug. Somebody's in big, somebody's in, I got you. So we think of that, though. We save, and all you have to do, it's so simple. I'm explaining to this guy, and Biden extended him. That wasn't good. I'm explaining to him, you can do so much for our country. You could save $1 trillion just with a stroke of a pen, just the utterance of a sentence that we're going to be cutting. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're one of the highest. We should be the lowest. We're the United States of America. We'd have money coming in like at levels that they have never seen. I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have scheduled. I said, so far, that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? $88 billion. I thought I'd tell these little stories. Go off script and tell these little stories, Scott, right? Because it does make it a little more interesting. Although my speechwriters have just gotten every award in the book. Vince, where are you, Vince? Good. Where are we? Where's Ross? He's gotten all these awards, and I'm going off the record all the time. Where is he? He didn't show up to the speech. He wrote the speech. He didn't show. Well, that means he has confidence in me. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for a normal family by an incredible $13,000. All of these things are happening. And by the way, there's no inflation. All of the numbers I gave you, all of the money that's coming in, and maybe more importantly than the billions of dollars we're taking in with tariffs, is the fact that we've got hundreds of plants going up all over the United States that never would have been here. I was with Howard and Scott and Texas Instruments the other day, and the head of Texas Instruments, they're going to spend $60 billion in the United States. And he said, sir, please don't do it to me. And I looked at him. I knew exactly what he meant. He said, you mean tariffs, right? He said, that's right. If you ever get rid of those tariffs, you've cost me a fortune. They're all coming in because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're coming in at levels. And it only works for the United States because it doesn't work for other countries, but it works for us. We have a record investment. We have records and everything. And when these places open up, that's bigger than the $15 trillion that I'm talking about. You don't see it right away. But bigger is the fact that they're all coming in, they're building their factories, the AI factories and the auto plants. We have auto plants, they're closing up in other countries. I don't want to specifically name the countries, but you know who they are. And they're coming into the U.S. and they're opening up and building like nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't call it a miracle. I call it, this should have been done 40 years ago. We would have never lost our auto. We lost 50% of our auto industry to China, Mexico, Canada, and various other countries. Should have never happened if you had a president that said, we're going to charge you tariffs. You're not going to build next to us. Send it in and take away our jobs. If you would have said 25, 50, or 100% tariff, not one company would have left. But they weren't business people. They were politicians, not very good ones, and some good ones, but some really not good at anything, to be honest with you. We're going to stop the largest tax hike, and we're going to do that in history. This would be, if the bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Think of that, 68%, which would be the largest in history by about 40 points. And we'll make the Trump tax cuts permanent, expand the child tax credit, and we will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Among the countless citizens who will benefit from these tax cuts is Malachi Krzyzewski, a devoted mom and DoorDash driver from Ripon, Wisconsin, who uses her tip income to support her son. Just think of that, no tax on tips. And it was a very big problem. I was at a dinner in my beautiful building in Las Vegas, and unrelated to this, and I said, what's going on? I will never say good-looking waitress, because looks don't matter anymore, you know, in our modern society. She happened to be beautiful, but I won't say that. I won't mention that. But nevertheless, a waitress came over, and I said, how are you doing? She said, not good, sir. Why? The government is killing me on tips. And she looked at me, she said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it again. There should be no tax on tips. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I walked outside. The press was there, as always, waiting for something bad to happen, hundreds of them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please announce tonight there will be no tax on tips. And a legend was made. We won Nevada by so much. Republicans don't win Nevada. We won Nevada. So I want to thank that young, beautiful waitress. Thank you very much. But with no tax on tips and other cuts, this bill will save Malachi thousands of dollars per year, enabling her to achieve her goal of visiting every U.S. state with her son. She wants to visit every state by the time he's 18 years old. So, Malachi, it sounds to me like you're off to a fantastic start. And where are you, Malachi? Where are you? Congratulations. Great. That's good. Thank you. Also with us today is Luke Wilson, a 23-year-old electrical lineman. He loves being an electrician, but in this case, the lineman. And these are guys that take big risk, and it's hard stuff. But if you know what you're doing, it's fine. He's from Harmony, Pennsylvania, as well as Dee Sova, a truck driver from Springfield, Missouri, where, by the way, our beautiful planes landed, our B-2s. They landed after 36 hours of flying. Great going, Pete. And they hit the target. And they hit the target, and the target has now been proven to be obliterated, just as we said. We had little fake news from CNN. Thank you very much, CNN, for that. With 3 million miles of driving under her belt, who mentors other women in her industry. And I just want to say, Luke and Dee spend countless hours working overtime to help make this country run. And this bill, the typical overtime worker like them will take home nearly $1,500 extra every single year. So you're talking about at least $1,500, and there will be no harassment because you were being harassed by the Democrats. So Luke and Dee, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Congratulations, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also with us is James Benson, a third-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan, who has spent 26 years at Ford Motor Company, which is doing very well. They have a lot of plants in this country. If you have plants in this country, you're going to make a lot of money. And is a member of a tremendous group of people, auto workers. And I'll tell you, we love these people. Auto workers for Trump. And I came through for them, but they were with me long before I really thought. A lot of people said, is he going to run again? Will he run? They've always been with me, the auto workers. James was a lifelong Democrat until 2017, when he saw the benefits of our tax law, and he also liked Trump. Now, Sometimes they can like the law, but if they don't like the candidate, it's not going to matter, right? Is that right, Marco? Marco knows, because he has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up, Marco. Everybody respects Marco, right? True. Everybody respects him. Now we're delivering an even bigger win for the auto workers by making interest on car payments fully tax deductible. You know, that's something only rich people seem to have gotten. I said, you know, and that was my idea. It's pretty simple. But I said, you know, the rich people, they always looking for deductions. We want deductions. Linda, did I say, will you please stand up? Linda McMahon. So great. How much is Harvard going to be charged? How much are you asking for Harvard? Because they really have violated a lot of different caveats, haven't they? Huh? A lot, like a lot. They've been given $5 billion over the years. Can you imagine? And that's over a short number of years. That's just the beginning. They have $52 billion sitting in the bank, and they haven't been nice to our country. So I want to thank Linda McMahon, who's been really fantastic. But I said, on interest, I said, why couldn't we, if a car is made in the United States only, because otherwise we don't care if it's made someplace else, give the people that buy the car a deduction on the interest that they're paying to buy the car? And people said, what a great idea. It's so simple. It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817, and he became a very rich person. And everybody looked at it and said, why the hell didn't I think of that? But it's like the paperclip, but only if the car is made in America. Remember that, James. We're going to keep those Michigan auto factories roaring. And as you know, we won Michigan by a lot, Susie, right? We won Michigan by a big margin, and something that typically is not easy, but I think we've won it. I actually think we've won it 3 times in a row. So it's been a great state, but a big factor with the auto workers. They went with us very big, and I love them. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also be an incredible victory for American farmers, another group that we did great with, especially family farmers like James Cullifer of Virginia Beach. Our bill will provide 100% expensing so they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers. And it'll virtually eliminate the so-called estate tax or the death tax. So you have a farm, you leave it to your children. If you like the children, you leave it. If you don't worry about the details. No, some people don't want to leave them. They don't like their kids, you know? Anybody in here not liking their children, farmers? But if you like your kids, you want to leave it. And a lot of times what was happening before I got there, because I put this in the first tax bill, as you know, but people would die, they'd leave their farm. There was no cash, but there was value to the farm, sometimes good value. It's called real estate rich and cash poor. And the kids had no money, and they'd be foreclosed out by a bank. They'd borrow money to pay the estate tax. You don't have to pay estate tax anymore. That's pretty big stuff. So for the farmers and for others in small business, it's great. But James's family has been working the land for generations, and with this bill, we will ensure that family farms like his can stay in the family for many generations to come. Where's James? James, around? Where's James? Yeah. That's great. And you know what I mean, James, right? People pass away, they love their kids or whoever they're leaving, but they love their kids especially. And you won't have the family farmer anymore the long time because they were losing them to the banks, and they were losing them at record numbers. It's not going to happen anymore. There's no tax. We're also going to empower American parents by expanding opportunity scholarships to provide school choice. School choice is a big deal. And we just got school working with the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott. We just had it passed in Texas, and I know about that. Somebody said, yeah, that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for 9 years, and they asked me if I'd call the legislature, Republicans in the legislature, and I did. And I gave them a pep talk, and everybody voted for it. First time. They were shocked, but they never asked me to call them before. This was the first time, and they got it passed, right, Susie? It was amazing. And it was something that Dan and Greg and everybody, they really wanted it. And Ted Cruz wanted it badly. They all wanted it, so we got it in Texas. But you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where is Angelina? Oh. 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 You are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay? Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, "Where's Angelina?" He said, "She'll be right back, sir." Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for childcare and education are a foundation for stability and dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and dignity. Good words for her family. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're delivering both, empowering hundreds of thousands of families to choose the public, private, charter, religious school or the home school of their choice. And Angelina, thank you very much for being with us. Beautiful. Beautiful. So this bill will also be the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning. And they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me. And they said, "We don't care, we're endorsing you." But they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that. So we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents. And, you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them. And they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers, they're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person. And they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad. What that man has done to this country, we should never forget it, okay? We should never, ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think it was him. He didn't believe in open borders. He didn't believe in men playing in women's sports or transgender for everybody. But what that group of people has done to this country will never, ever, I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of Border Wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign countries, and dramatically increase deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year. And what we're doing is we're really going after the criminal aliens, of which we have plenty to work with. People say, well, that's a lot, isn't it? Well, remember, these countries are very smart. They're headed up by people I know. In almost all cases, they're very smart people, and they're people of great common sense. They're not sending their good people out. They're sending the bad people out, and they put them into caravans. I think I came up with that name, but somebody did. It's a great name, a caravan. Thousands and sometimes as many as 30,000 people walking right into our country. Again, last month we had none. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible. But they come in, and at a minimum, they're not people that work very hard. They're people that are on welfare. They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's incredible what's happened, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad. It could make you just sick to your stomach when you think about it. I was going to say it could make you cry, but I like to pretend I never cry. I don't want to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. What they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously, the country wouldn't stand a chance, but we're getting them out not as fast as they came in, because they came in and you'd see hundreds of thousands pour into our country in a day. But we're getting them out. And here today is Angel Dad Joe Abraham, the Angel Moms and Angel Dads. These are incredible people. They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal alien from Guatemala. Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full force, going 60, 70 miles an hour right into the back of her car while she stopped. And she died immediately. And her killer, I think you could really say the killer, fled the scene. And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all, and we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is she around here? Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here. Ah, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Thank you, Joe, very much. Also with us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of dollars to stop fentanyl and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada, and China billions of dollars in taxes that we put on because they've allowed people that are selling fentanyl to go through their countries, or in the case of China, they send it here, and paying a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring across the border and stealing more American lives. And thank you, Sarah will not rest until that fight is done. We're going to get that fight done. Sarah Stewart is where? Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Beautiful. Thank you. Good guy, huh? Yeah. I can see that. I also want to thank the president of the National Border Patrol. His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning. And Brandon before him. These are great people. I've gotten very friendly with some of these people from Border Patrol and ICE because I'd call them once every 2 or 3 days. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? If you remember, Kamala was the border czar. And in 4 years, she never made one call to Paul or Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words if you're here. Paul? Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Paul.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to end the chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there, we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to get it done so that no more families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has, and he's worked with Tom Homan and Christie and all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible. And, I wasn't going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is sitting there, and, I have to call him up. Look at that. I don't call up the Speaker of the House. I don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone. But I want to call this guy because this guy is keeping us very, very safe. Come on up, Tom.
Well, look, I think this issue of the big, beautiful bill should be nonpartisan. I don't know what the hell's the matter with everybody up in Congress? People are dying every day. ICE is arresting 3 times as many criminals that the Biden administration did. We're taking public safety threats and national security threats off the street every single day. But we got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. This should be a no-brainer. The more resources we get, if we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights. More agents means more bad guys arrested, taken off the streets of this country every single day. Every day we arrest a public safety threat or national security threat. This makes this country much safer. Who the hell would be against that? And I get irritated, I get pissed off because I'm sick of meeting angel moms and dads. You want to talk about family separation? They buried their children. So I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today. But we need more border wall. Border walls save lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who take care of the humanitarian needs and save their lives. We already got fentanyl seizures down half. Fentanyl seizures should be 100%. We should have 0 fentanyl coming to this country. We need money to help secure that border at a higher level. Stop the fentanyl from coming in. Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known inspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country along with the FBI. With more money, we can arrest more of these people, make this country safer. This is a nonpartisan issue. Let's make this country safe again. So to the Democrats and the Republicans and the Independents, I don't care who you're from, pass the bill so we can make this country safe, so we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again, and without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
He got so angry he didn't even shake my hand or look at me. Just But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing, the job you've done. And just in finishing, look, this is the largest tax cut in the history of our country. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. They have things, whether it's border or economic development or no tax on tips and Social Security and no tax on overtime and all these different things. There are hundreds of things here. It's so good. And we're going to also cut costs. We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting. The Democrats are going to destroy all 3 of them because it's not sustainable. They'll end up cutting your Medicare, Medicaid in half. So we're going to do a real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked round the clock for months, And, you know, I shouldn't say this, but we don't want to have grandstanders where 1 or 2 people raise their vote. We vote no. And they do it to grandstand, that's all. Not good people. They know who I'm talking about. I call them out. But we don't need grandstanders. We have to get our country back and bring it back strong. And our country is going to be stronger, bigger, better than ever before. We're going to make it better than ever before. And that's despite the bad hand that we were dealt 6 months ago. We were dealt a really bad hand. We were dealt a sick hand. It's unbelievable. You know, when I came back yesterday, as you know, I made a big trip to a place where we had 28 countries represented, and we did something that's never been done. They've raised the number of money, the amount of money that they spend to $1 trillion a year, and that's for world safety. But they all asked me the same question. They said, how could you have allowed this to happen to your country? I said, I didn't do it. But they said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences, they have walls, or they have just strong people standing there. You can't do it. And they said to me, you know, it's amazing that they allowed these things to happen. And it's amazing, too. I agree. As a business guy, I always like to understand where the other side's coming from. What do they want? What do they get? And, you can make good deals based on understanding the other side. I never understood the other side in this case. Why would they allow people to pour into our country unchecked? I can see people wanting people to come in, and you let them come in. You have a vetting process. You let good people. We're letting a lot of good people in, but they're coming in legally. But why would you allow people to come in that you can look at them and say, big trouble, big trouble? Why would you do it? It's nobody understands. And a lot of people say voting, but, we've got to strengthen up our elections because the voting is crooked as hell. Got to strengthen it up. But it's not that. It's either they're stupid and they're not stupid, or they hate our country. But we love our country, and we're going to stop this madness, and we're going to get this bill approved. And all of the things that I've been talking about now for 2 years on the campaign trail, and we won, remember, we won every single swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. We won it was a landslide. We won something that nobody talks about, districts. You have thousands of districts. We won 2,750 to 505. Think of that. That's why when you see a map, the whole map is red. That stands for Republican, by the way, because it stands for a lot of other things too, but it stands for Republican with a little piece of blue on each side. But that's why, think of that, 2,750 districts to 505 districts. That's what, this was a slaughter, but it gave us a mandate to do some great things. And I want to thank John Thune, and I want to thank the Speaker, and I want to thank Marco and everybody here, They have been so incredible. Pam, you've been unbelievable as the Attorney General. We appreciate it. Not easy, not easy. And we're coming back faster than anybody ever thought possible. I told you what they said to me on just trips by very smart people. But we're going to make this, we're going to do this very quickly. It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating very quickly, and we're going to be celebrating for a long time because we're turning our country around. We're getting our country back. And we're ruling with common sense, whether you're conservative or liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore. Progressive, I think it's a beautiful word, too. That's why I call them liberal. It's too nice a word. I don't know how you can be progressive when you're turning the country backwards. But no matter what you are, it's all about common sense. And I think that's the way I've ruled. I do what's right. I want to have borders. I don't want to have transgender for anybody that happens to leave the house at a young age, the things they do. I don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That's got to be, they say it's an 80-20. I think it's a 97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. There was a long-distance race the other day, or at least reasonably recently, and they had a top man and they had top woman, but it was a woman's race, and the man entered. He happened to be transitioned. Isn't that lovely? And he entered the race, and he beat the champion woman by 5 hours and 14 seconds. 5 hours, that's a lot. Think of it, you're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go. You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. But who would allow this to happen? In other sports, the same thing. Try the weightlifting numbers someday. You want to see some big differences. In a million years, the women will never catch these numbers. It's not going to happen. And it's very demeaning to women, and I don't like it when it's demeaning to women. So we're turning the country around fast. We love you all. Thank you very much, and good luck. Thank you.
The man of the people. This is the president of the people. The man of the people. Straight up. All right. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary. Here we go. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you. With President Trump as commander-in-chief, the world is a much safer place. After decades in which past presidents coddled and enabled the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, President Trump finally ended the immediate threat of a nuclear Iranian regime. Following President Trump's command, the most powerful military in the history of the world executed massive precision strikes on 3 of the Iranian regime's key nuclear facilities. The objective of Operation Midnight Hammer was to destroy the regime's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the grave nuclear threat posed to the United States, Israel, and the rest of the free world. The mission, which will go down in the history books, was an overwhelming success. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Raisin Kane covered the operation in great detail at their briefing this morning at the Pentagon, and I encourage every American to watch it. As President Trump has said repeatedly, the United States of America has the greatest, fiercest, and bravest armed forces ever to stride the face of this earth, and we couldn't be more grateful and proud of our nation's warriors. The Iranian regime was weeks away from being able to produce a nuclear weapon that would threaten the entire world before President Trump took this decisive action on Saturday night to obliterate their nuclear capabilities. The contrast in leadership could not be more clear. Barack Obama and Joe Biden sent pallets of cash, American taxpayer dollars, in a failed attempt to buy the Iranian regime's compliance with a weak and ineffective deal. President Trump sent a fleet of American warplanes to destroy Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon. The United States and the entire world are safer because of this president's decisiveness. Despite agenda-driven leaks by the fake news media aimed at undermining this incredible accomplishment achieved by President Trump and our brave fighter pilots, there is broad consensus emerging already that Iran's nuclear capabilities were indeed destroyed. The United States, Israel, the United Nations, and even Iran all agree they can no longer build a nuclear weapon. So why did the president immediately turn to obliterating after the Iranian nuclear threat? Securing peace. Within 48 hours of the devastating strike, President Trump and his team brokered a historic ceasefire between Israel and Iran and officially ended the 12-day war. The Middle East is now shifting away from chaos and bloodshed and moving toward the beginning stages of a new era of peace and stability that President Trump has long called on them to achieve. This was unthinkable at this time last week, and this is what peace through strength looks like. Under President Trump, America will relentlessly advance our interests without being dragged into endless wars. His fearless leadership guarantees America is once again respected across the world. Just look at what he was able to accomplish at the NATO summit in the Netherlands. Many of you were there. Our allies agreed to invest 5% of their GDP annually in defense because President Trump demanded it. This will be the most significant reinforcement of NATO's collective defense in the history of the NATO alliance. And as a result, the United States of America will carry less of the burden, and our NATO allies will be stronger than ever before. As NATO Secretary General Ruda put it, for too long, one ally, the United States, and our taxpayers, I may add, carried too much of the burden of that commitment. And that changes today. President Trump made this change possible. We will produce trillions more for our common defense to make us stronger and fairer by equalizing spending between America and our allies. This is the Trump effect. This is what the president meant when he declared that America is back. Now, back here at home, Americans are paying much cheaper prices for gasoline this summer, as both the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times pointed out today. Here's how the Wall Street Journal put it. Hitting the road this summer won't bring as much of a big hit to your wallet. The national average for a gallon of regular gasoline is about 23 cents cheaper than this time last year. Analysts say plentiful supply is expected to keep prices down in the coming months. These are the cheapest gas prices at this point of the summer since 2021. And despite all the doom casting from liberal pundits, oil prices on Tuesday were lower than before the Israel-Iran conflict began. As President Trump continues to unleash American energy, our country will have even more efficient, reliable, and affordable energy to protect our national security and fuel our people. Later this afternoon here at the White House, the president will host a One Big Beautiful event in the East Room to rally Republicans to get the One Big Beautiful bill across the finish line. At that event, he will be joined by everyday Americans from across the country who will massively benefit from the common sense policies and provisions within this bill. This is the largest tax cut for working and middle-class Americans in history, and it's going to put more money into the pockets of hardworking Americans. Families will see an average increase in take-home pay of more than $10,000 per year. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will see a 15% tax cut. Overtime and tipped workers will save thousands of dollars annually. And our amazing seniors will receive historic financial relief by reducing the tax burden on their Social Security benefits. Simply put, this bill is going to unlock the golden age of America. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Senate and the House to see this bill on the president's desk for signature by Independence Day. Here in our new media seat today, we have Colin Anderson with the Washington Free Beacon, who will kick off our question and answer. Colin, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. We reported yesterday on a briefing from the Israeli defense minister in which he said the U.S. and Israel are working together to monitor any attempts from Iran to rebuild their nuclear program, and also that if Iran was to do so, the U.S. and Israel would work together to once again destroy that nuclear program. Does that align with the president's thinking?
Look, the president, as I said in those opening remarks, Colin, and thanks for being with us today, views the Middle East on its way to peace and prosperity. And the president used strength on Saturday night. The whole world saw that the United States is indeed the most lethal fighting force in the world with those precision strikes on Saturday evening. But the president wants peace. He always has. And right now we're on a diplomatic path with Iran. The president and his team, namely Special Envoy Witkoff, continue to be in communication with the Iranians and especially our Gulf and Arab partners in the region to come to an agreement with Iran. As for our alliance with the State of Israel and that friendship and that partnership between the United States and the State of Israel, I would argue it has never been stronger. And we see a new era in which perhaps some of these Gulf and Arab states can sign on to the Abraham Accords. That was one of the president's most signature accomplishments in his first term, and he'd like to see more of those countries sign on in this second term. And so we look forward to sustaining a long and durable peace in the region, and the president wants to do that through a diplomatic solution. But as he proved on Saturday night, he's not afraid to use strength if we need to do it. Gabe.
Thanks, Caroline. The president mentioned in a Truth Social post that no enriched uranium was moved from Fordow. What about the other two sites, Isfahan and Natanz, and how can the president be so sure that no uranium was moved?
Well, what I can assure you is that the United States and our intelligence agencies and Director Ratcliffe and the President's entire national security team were obviously watching these sites very closely in the weeks and the days leading up to the attack on Saturday, which I will add was one of the most secretive and successful operations in United States history. I think many of you in this room would agree with that because none of you in this room knew about the strike on Saturday until it took place. So we were watching closely, and there was no indication to the United States that any of that enriched uranium was moved prior to the strike.
From any of the sites?
Correct.
And then one more thing, Caroline. Next week, the president mentioned that there would be talks with Iran. He didn't mention any details, and Iran has not confirmed them. Can you share any details about any potential talks next week?
We don't have anything scheduled as of now, but I spoke to our Special Envoy Witkoff at length this morning, and I can assure all of you we continue to be in close communication with the Iranians and through our intermediaries as well, namely the Qataris, who have been an incredible ally and partner throughout this entire effort. And as I said, this administration is always focused on diplomacy and peace, and we want to ensure we can get to a place where Iran agrees to a non-enrichment civil nuclear program, and there are many other requests that the United States has. Those details continue to really, they're just starting. Of course, the operation was just on Saturday night, but we are in touch, and if there is a meeting, we will let you know as we always do. Brian.
Thank you, Caroline. It's two, one on trade. On the July deadline that's coming up for the trade deals, is that deadline still hard and fast for the president, or is he now considering even coming to trade deals after that deadline, and where is he on that going forward?
I think the president has been asked this quite a few times by many of you in the media. I've heard him answer it at press conferences and at gaggles. He just spoke about it on Air Force One. The deadline is not critical. The president can simply provide these countries with a deal if they refuse to make us one by the deadline, and that means the president can pick a reciprocal tariff rate that he believes is advantageous for the United States and for the American worker, and he will continue to do that. But as for the deals, our United States Trade Ambassador, Jameson Greer, I speak to him frequently. He's working very hard, and he has had very good and productive discussions with many of our key trading partners.
And on the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's conversations on the Hill right now about the Medicaid cuts. Yeah, I'm curious if the final bill that the president's been talking about comes to him and it has Medicaid cuts in it, will he sign it, or would he rather just Congress do away with those cuts?
I think our friends in both the Senate and the House know exactly where the president stands on Medicaid. He wants to get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse, and they are working to do that in the Senate right now. Jennifer.
Follow up on that, on the Big Beautiful Bill, is there enough time for Congress to work through the issues it needs to work through? I'm saying, does the president need to move back his deadline a little bit?
We expect that bill to be on the president's desk for signature by July 4th. I know that there was a ruling by the Senate parliamentarian this morning. Look, this is part of the process. This is part of the inner workings of the United States Senate, but the president is adamant about seeing this bill on his desk here at the White House by Independence Day.
And then on Israel, is there a date set for the Prime Minister to visit the White House yet? Is he coming in a couple weeks?
There isn't a date, but the Prime Minister has expressed interest in coming to the White House to meet with the president and come to Washington. The president is obviously very open to that, but we don't have a date. When we do, we'll let you all know. Kate.
The president suggested he was open to sending more Patriot air defense missiles to Ukraine. Is that going to happen, and were there any other assurances that he made directly to Zelensky when they met?
I'll let the president speak on that. That was a private conversation between he and President Zelensky, but the meeting was a good meeting, and it was a meeting towards progress, and the president, as he said, repeatedly wants to see this war come to an end, but I'll let him speak on that specific point.
And Witkoff yesterday suggested that there would be more countries signing on to the Abraham Accords. What's the timeline on that, and which countries specifically is the administration looking to have sign on?
Well, the president is certainly hopeful that more countries in the region will sign on to the Abraham Accords. Again, we want to see a long, withstanding, and durable peace in the Middle East, and that's the way to do it. And when the president met with the new president of Syria, that was one of the requests that he made for Syria to sign on to the Abraham Accords. I don't have a timeline for you, but this administration wants to see that happen, and our partners in the region should know that. Rachel.
Thanks so much. Just to follow back up on the meeting that the president mentioned about wanting to have this meeting with the Iranians next week. Clearly there's a willingness here from the administration to want to meet with Iranian officials. What is the holdup here in trying to schedule it? Are you experiencing any resistance from the Iranians?
No, have some patience. We just had this strike on Saturday night. The president secured a ceasefire. A lot has happened in the last week. He was just in the Netherlands. Now he's back home to have a big event this afternoon on the One Big Beautiful Bill and get our domestic priorities across the finish line. So we'll get there. And like I said, we're in constant communication.
And just one more, just on the goal of the meeting. The president mentioned yesterday that it may not be necessary to have an agreement with the Iranians. What is the purpose? What would be the goal of this meeting?
Again, to continue moving forward towards a long-standing peace in the Middle East. Jordan.
Yes, Caroline, thank you. So the president had some harsh words for both Israel and Iran on Tuesday as he was departing from the NATO summit after they both violated the ceasefire. He said, what's your response to Americans who are worried the peace isn't going to last and think that Israel is trying to plunge us into another endless war on their behalf?
I think the fact that the president was able to successfully negotiate a ceasefire when nobody thought that was possible, it was a surprise to everyone in this room. It was a surprise to the world, but the president got it done because he wants to see peace in this world. He does not want the United States to be dragged into these conflicts. Again, he's not afraid to use strength if he has to, but the president has already proven he can put America first and deliver on peace at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive goals.
And then one more. You know, after Carrie Lake, she testified in the House Foreign Affairs Committee on the waste, fraud, and abuse and the rot, really, in Voice of America and USAGF. The president called for Congress to kill it. What does that look like, and is the president willing to sign an executive order?
Well, I believe that that action would have to be legislative through Congress, and the president directed Congress to get that done in his Truth Social post yesterday. If there is any executive action that can be taken to cut some of the waste, fraud, and abuse or do away with the program entirely, I'm sure our great Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, is already looking into it. And if it can be done, it will be done here at the White House. But Congress should act as well. To the back. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay, Caroline, thank you. The administration
to the back, and then Carrie, I'll come to you.
Yeah, the administration said that the DIA report was low confidence intel. Can you share what other assessments are currently underway to get to the bottom of just how effective these strikes were?
Yes. Well, I can assure you what the CIA director said, that when we look at the entirety of the intelligence that we have to this date, it concludes that these strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities were absolutely successful. It was a total obliteration, as the president said. And not only does our own intelligence say that, but also the Iranian foreign minister has said that. We saw Israel conclude the same thing based on their own intelligence. We also had the United Nations say that as well. So I think the only other time the United Nations, Israel, Iran, and the United States has agreed on something is that the sky is blue, but they all agree that Iran's nuclear facilities were completely demolished. And I would just like to reemphasize, you mentioned this was a low confidence preliminary intelligence assessment, and the entirety of that assessment was not leaked to the media. Only tidbits of that assessment were leaked to CNN. And we have seen this playbook run before, where you have people in the intelligence community, or perhaps on Capitol Hill, we don't know, but I believe the FBI is investigating to find out who that leaker was, because it's illegal and they should be held accountable for that. Leaked bits and pieces of an intel assessment to push a false narrative. And it's to the same reporter, I will add, Natasha Bertrand of CNN, who has done this in the past. In 2020, it was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. We all know that's not true, right? We can all agree on that now. That was a lie from the intelligence community. Also in 2020, this same reporter, Natasha Bertrand, wrote that a top intel agency ruled out the man-made lab leak theory of the coronavirus origins. Again, the president was right about that. This reporter wrote a lie from the intelligence community to seek a narrative she wanted to prove, and guess what? We now know that's the truth. Also, in 2024, Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax. She also pushed the fine people hoax, which was taking the president's words purposely out of context. And then last October, and I believe this is notable, Natasha Bertrand published an article in Politico from the intelligence agency. She said that John Ratcliffe was speaking without any evidence when he said Iran was attempting to undermine President Trump's presidential campaign. And then we, of course, found out that was absolutely true. In fact, the Biden administration declassed an intel report which said they had high confidence that Iran had done exactly what Ratcliffe alleged. They did run an influence campaign to hurt President Trump's candidacy. In fact, we know the Iranians tried to take President Trump's life. And so this is a reporter who has been unfortunately used by people who dislike Donald Trump in this government to push fake and false narratives. She should be ashamed of herself. And that's not what reporting is. Journalism is trying to find the facts and the truth. And this week we saw this same reporter being used to push a fake narrative to try to undermine the President of the United States, and more importantly, the brave fighter pilots who conducted one of the most successful operations in United States history. And I think the American people fully know that this operation was a complete and total success. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Caroline. The Miami Herald recently published a story saying the Trump administration was targeting migrant foster children. The Trump administration has denounced this as false. Could you clarify the Trump administration's position on protecting migrant children, particularly the 300,000 lost under the Biden administration?
Yes, I saw that Miami Herald article yesterday, and I was aghast at the headline. It's egregious to accuse this administration of trying to target foster children. That is not at all what is happening at the Department of Homeland Security. And I learned that the Department of Homeland Security actually tried to work in good faith with this reporter to get this story right, to explain that this administration is trying to protect foster children. We are trying to keep children out of harm's way, even if that means their parents are not law-abiding citizens. We want to protect children, unlike the previous administration, which allowed children to be trafficked and raped, and in some cases killed because of the open border policies. Unfortunately, the Miami Herald just completely degraded themselves with this report, despite having a full list of facts from the Department of Homeland Security. It's another example of fake news. And the May border numbers speak for themselves. Not a single illegal alien was allowed into this country because of this administration's border policies in the month of May. That means not a single child was allowed into this country, possibly with human smugglers or human traffickers. And we know that was happening at the rate of thousands and thousands of children every single month in the previous administration for 4 years. And you didn't see any reporting of that from the Miami Herald, but now they're trying to accuse this administration. And we tried to give them the facts, and they refused to report them. So thank you for bringing that report to light. Aisha.
Good to see you again.
You too.
I know you're looking for
You're
this.
usually on the Hill.
I know, I'm here today. I know you're looking for this leaker. Is it your belief, I know you said earlier you're not sure if it's on Capitol Hill or at the Pentagon, but is it your belief that it might be in Capitol Hill? And how confident are you that you'll find this leaker?
Well, I'm not personally looking for the leaker. The FBI is looking for the leaker, so you'll have to ask them in the Department of Justice in terms of this investigation. But leaking top secret classified intelligence is a crime, and people need to be held accountable for that crime.
Can I just ask you about how you're going to be limiting intel to Congress? What would you say to lawmakers who say they have oversight privileges, they need this information?
This administration wants to ensure that classified intelligence is not ending up in irresponsible hands, and that people who have the privilege of viewing this top secret classified information are being responsible with it. And unfortunately, clearly, someone who had their hands on this, and it was a very few people, few number of people in our government who saw this report, that person was irresponsible with it, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to strengthen that process to protect our national security and protect the American public. Mary Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
You just laid out a lot of different stories about disinformation that Natasha, excuse me, that Natasha Bertrand had pushed during her time at Politico and at CNN. Why would any member of the Trump administration leak anything to her?
Well, again, as I just said, we're investigating who that leaker was. It could have been someone in the intelligence community, or it could have been someone on Capitol Hill who had access to this document. The FBI is searching for that person. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was
And
obviously...
clearly it was done to undermine the president, to answer your question.
And I'm sorry, I really wanted to follow up on that really quickly. Before the strikes on Iran, we saw a number of other leaks about Tulsi Gabbard, the Vice President Vance. Is there an effort to divide the president's team when it comes to these leaks and which reporters they choose?
I do believe there's an effort on the outside of this building to try to divide the president's team on the inside, and sometimes you have to look at these headlines and laugh, because I've been in meetings where I know these things are absolutely not true. And again, we do our best here, I believe, to try to push back and correct the record with all of you, but there is fake reporting. That's just the reality of this country, unfortunately. But I can assure you the president's team is strong, especially the national security team. Everyone is very proud of the president, of our commander-in-chief, and of our military for the successful operation that took place on Saturday night.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was obviously very pleased with getting his NATO allies to increase defence spending. He's made the same demands of Asia-Pacific allies of the United States, including Australia, where I'm from. How does the NATO result impact negotiations with Asia-Pacific allies? Does it, for say, strengthen the president's resolve to say, well, our NATO allies have done it, now you need to do it too?
Yeah, I mean, look, if our allies in Europe and our NATO allies can do it, I think our allies and our friends in the Asia-Pacific region can do it as well. But as for our specific relations in those discussions, I'll let the president speak on those.
And can I just ask as well, when he had to leave the G7 early, he missed out on a number of bilateral meetings that were scheduled with other world leaders, including the Prime Minister of Australia. Obviously, President Zelensky, he's managed to meet since then, but are there plans afoot to make up for those meetings with the world leaders that he missed out on?
Yeah, I think many of those world leaders understood the situation happening in the Middle East and the urgency and the need for the president to get back to Washington to monitor that situation. And obviously that was the right call, considering the success of not only the operation on Saturday night, but also the ceasefire that the president has since brokered on behalf of not just our country, but the entire world, frankly. But he has made up a couple of those meetings, and he has had direct phone calls with some of those leaders he was supposed to meet with as well. Not all. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. So to clarify on trade, so what happens to the countries other than China on July 9th?
That's a decision for the president to make, and I will let him make it.
Okay, and secondly, so now that oil is just about upper $60s a barrel, when's the administration going to start refilling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
That's, again, a decision for the president to make and our Secretary of Energy. There's no imminent plans to do that, from what I understand. But as you have seen with the plummeting of oil prices in this country, it's because this president and our Department of Energy have really tapped into our resources here, and we have an increase of supply, unlike the previous administration that totally hampered our domestic energy efforts, but totally robbed and drained our strategic petroleum reserves. So when the time is right, the president will make that decision. But right now, we are utilizing the resources that God blessed us with right here in our country to produce energy for our people.
You know, one more if I could, on the One Big Beautiful Bill, does the president believe the parliamentarian of the Senate should be removed?
I haven't spoken to him about that, and I'll let him speak on it. However, again, he knows this is part of the process and the inner workings of the Senate, and he wants to see this bill done, and he remains very much engaged in these conversations and in this process with lawmakers in both the Senate and the House side, and the whole White House does as well. In the back, yes, Libby.
Thank you, Caroline. Earlier today, the president stated that these photos out of Fordo that were showing nuclear materials being removed, suspected of showing that, were just concrete workers. What intelligence is that based upon?
Look, the president shared that statement with all of you, and I already answered the question about whether uranium was moved prior to the strike, and the answer is no.
Is there a chance that the DIA report becomes public at any point?
I don't think this administration is going to get into the habit of sharing classified, top-secret information. Those classifications exist for a reason, and I wish everyone who had the privilege of looking at these documents would respect that. Daniel?
Thank you, Caroline. You've been emphatic that the president's expectations for the One Big Beautiful Bill to hit that July 4th deadline. You had a big meeting on Capitol Hill yesterday with the Republican Study Committee. Did you walk away from that meeting pleased with what you've heard? Did it bolster your confidence that Congress is able to meet that the expectation of the president?
Yes, I did. The camaraderie at the Republican Study Committee was great. Members, expressed, their feelings about the bill, but as we saw, the bill passed through the House despite many people believing it could not. So the House is ready to receive this bill back from the Senate so they can pass it and bring it to the president's desk. So it was a great meeting, and Republicans are very unified. And we also talked about the mayoral race in New York City and how the victory of the Democratic primary candidate really shows how far left and unhinged the Democrat Party has become. And Republicans truly are on the right side of every issue in this country. We are on the side of no men in women's sports, on the side of low taxes, secure borders. So that was the topic of discussion. And the unity was strong and the camaraderie was high. And I know everyone looks forward to being here at the White House for the bill signing next week. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The Supreme Court ruled this morning that South Carolina is allowed to deem Planned Parenthood as not a qualified health care provider, and that will block it from receiving Medicaid funds. Does the White House have a statement on that ruling, and would the president support a standalone bill from Congress to defund Planned Parenthood at a federal level rather than letting each state determine it?
I'll let the president speak on that legislative priority, but as for the Supreme Court ruling, the president has always maintained that Americans should not be forced to violate their conscience and their religious liberty by having their tax dollars fund abortions, and we're glad the Supreme Court ruled on that side today, or yesterday.
Then on Iran, but on a domestic matter, in January, President Trump revoked security details for several former administrations, including Mike Pompeo, Mark Milley, and John Bolton. Given the heightened tensions with Iran right now, is he considering restoring those security details?
That's not under consideration right now. Fran.
If I could follow up on trade, and then I have a question about the bill as well. Are you saying at this point that there's no plans to extend that July 8th and July 9th deadline? I mean, especially with everything that's been going on from Iran to the tax bill on Capitol Hill, is that under consideration at all at this point?
Perhaps it could be extended, but that's a decision for the president to make.
And as far as the bill itself goes, since the president has been back, what has he been doing beyond the event that he's having later today to try and get wobbly senators on board? Is he making phone calls, twisting arms? Is he having some people over to the White House? Can you tell us more about that effort?
There have been meetings at the White House this week. I saw some senators rolling out of the Oval Office the other day, and the president remains on the phones talking to his friends in the Senate when necessary, and when they call, he picks up the phone. And I think that's why they greatly trust and respect his leadership. And we're having that big event later this afternoon at 4 o'clock. I would encourage you all to tune in. We're going to have some great everyday Americans who are in attendance. We'll have some tipped delivery drivers. I think we're going to have a barber from the great state of Arkansas here in attendance. We're going to have some law enforcement officers, some Border Patrol agents, and Tom Homan will be speaking as well. So the point of this event is to show the American people how this bill works for them and how there are provisions in this bill that will change their lives.
Can you tell us which senators you saw rolling out of the Oval Office?
I'll let the president speak on that if he wish. I don't share details about his private meetings without his permission. Emily, go ahead.
Today, the Justice Department announced it was opening an investigation into employment discrimination at the University of California, alleging they had race and sex-based quotas. Federal law bars hiring somebody based on their race or sex, but do you also object to universities working harder to make sure they have a diverse group of candidates to consider? And do you expect more investigations like this from DOJ?
I have not seen that investigation from the Department of Justice, but I can certainly check in. What I can tell you, it's the position of this president that we want to restore a merit-based society and culture in the United States of America, where people are not hired nor are they promoted based on their color of their skin or their gender. The president wants people to be hired in the workforce because of their merit and their skill, and I think most Americans agree with that. I'll take one more. Carrie, because I promised you earlier.
So the Ayatollah Khamenei came out and said that Iran will, quote, never surrender to the U.S. That being said, what remains to do with the possible responses from Iranian proxies in the region and even in the U.S.?
Look, we saw the Ayatollah's video, and when you have a totalitarian regime, you have to save face. I think any common sense, open-minded person knows the truth about the precision strikes on Saturday night. They were wildly successful, and it's what led to the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, which the president is very grateful for. And the United States of America remains prepared to defend our assets and our personnel in the region. And again, I would just emphasize the success of the strike that took place on Saturday night, and the world is a safer place because of it. Thanks, guys, for coming today, and you'll see the president at 4 o'clock.
Thanks.
Caroline Leavitt, 27 years old, press secretary, youngest press secretary ever. I think she's doing a great job. She's a mother as well. It's a lot of work, for sure. It's a lot of work because she has to read, do her research, listen to the president, and read more, and come out here and face who the president calls fake news media. I think she's doing a great job. All right, with that being said, let's check out what else is going on. Now, Jasmine Crockett, she's been going after Melania Trump. Jasmine Crockett is going after Melania. What in the world is going on? Jasmine Crockett. She's going after the president's wife. Jasmine Crockett. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. Here we go.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett took time out of the House Judiciary hearing on immigration visas to insult First Lady Melania Trump and her legal status.
Yeah, Texas Congressman and member of the House Judiciary Committee, Lance Gooden, was at that hearing. He joins us now. And Congressman, I'm just going to read part of what she said in what I would call a very serious hearing on a very serious issue that impacts our country's immigration and ultimately decides who comes into our country. Yet the Congresswoman decides to use her time to say the following. Melania, the First Lady, a model. And when I say model, I'm not talking about Tyra Banks, Cindy Crawford, and Naomi Campbell. You're supposed to have some sort of significant achievement, like being awarded a Nobel Peace Prize or a Pulitzer, being an Olympic medalist, or having other sustained extraordinary abilities and success in sciences, arts, education, business, or athletics. Last time I checked, the First Lady had none of those accolades under her belt. It doesn't take an Einstein to see that the math ain't math. And here, this, of course, the Einstein approach is what this approach to visas is called. Your reaction to that display, again, from a sitting U.S. Congresswoman against the First Lady, mind you, who championed an anti-bullying program in her first term?
Well, first of all, I think the First Lady is magnificent, as do most of the country. I am very proud of her and her accomplishments, and I wouldn't dare question her history, how she came to the United States, or what she's done, because what she's done is magnificent. And I'm so proud of her and the work that she's doing as our First Lady. As for this hearing and my colleague criticizing her, I think the best thing to do here would be to ignore it. I think that the radical view of the Democrats is one where they want to ignore the open borders that have destroyed our country. And I find it pretty rich that they would go after someone like the First Lady, who came here as an immigrant, like millions of Americans with her who came here the right way. All the while they've turned a blind eye at the open borders over the last 4 years of Biden that have really destroyed our nation. They're okay with the riots in LA. They're okay with destroying small businesses and violence and unrest, but they want to go back in time and rehash the immigration path of Americans who did it the right way. And I think that's a shame. And I think the American people see through that. And I think the American people are happy that Republicans are in charge and that there is law and order being restored. The border is secure. We've had no crossings in the last several months, no illegal crossings. And now we are working to ship the illegals out of this country. The big, beautiful bill will do that. And I believe that's the path we need to go in. And I think spending time acknowledging radical comments and hearings is a waste of time.
Okay, Congressman, because it is, as you say, a waste of time, let's move on to Iran, because that certainly is not. And when it comes to Iran, President Trump said that the United States and Iran will talk next week, with Iran in the weakest position it has ever been in before. But with that in mind, Democrats are still very angry that President Trump took military action in the first place. Listen here.
It's not been briefed on this in a timely fashion.
Republican Party in Congress that has decided the American people are not entitled to know anything.
We were attacked then. That didn't exist here, so the president should have come to Congress.
So the Senate, led by Democrats, this vote would be led by Democrats, are expected to vote on barring President Trump from taking future military action in Iran. That vote could happen as soon as today. How do you expect that to go?
I don't think it'll pass, but let me just be clear here. Democrats are disgraceful with respect to how Donald Trump has handled this and with respect to how they are criticizing this. The Democrats are disgraceful in the way that they have ignored the Constitution over the last 5 years. They had no problem with an open border. They had no problem with anything Joe Biden did. And when Donald Trump comes and brings peace to the Middle East, suddenly they're outraged. So the American people see through this. I think it's shameful that Democrats are spending time criticizing our military. They're criticizing our president when they said nothing about the open borders. They've got a problem with the military restoring order in Los Angeles, restoring order in the Middle East, and I've got no problem with it. I think what we're doing with this country and the direction we're going is a fantastic direction, and I thank the president for it, and I think Democrats need to get a grip.
Also, with a Congress that leaks like this, do you really want these Congress people being briefed before a secretive mission like that? That remains to be the question.
I wouldn't trust Democrats with secret information at all.
Exactly. I'm sure the commander-in-chief knew exactly what he was doing when he didn't tell Congress about what he was supposed to do in Iran. Thank goodness. All right. Jill Biden work husband.
Aide for Dr. Jill Biden abruptly refusing to testify in the investigation into the alleged cover-up of her husband's mental decline while he served as president.
Brooke Singman is here with all the details. Hi, Brooke.
Hey, guys, that's right. Jill Biden's right-hand man, Anthony Bernal, is refusing to appear before the House Oversight Committee today. Bernal is known for being Jill Biden's quote-unquote work husband, and he said yesterday that he would not sit down for a closed-door interview with the committee. His decision comes after lawmakers say he previously agreed to do so. Committee Chairman James Comer putting out this statement saying, quote, now that the White House has waived executive privilege, it is abundantly clear that Anthony Bernal, Jill Biden's so-called work husband, never intended to be transparent about Joe Biden's cognitive decline. I will promptly issue a subpoena to compel Anthony Bernal's testimony before the committee. But former Biden aide Neera Tanden did testify to the committee on Tuesday, and a source confirmed to Fox that she did admit to being authorized to direct auto pen signatures. Now, that auto pen replicated Biden's signature on documents like pardons, memos, and more. But Tanden was not sure who gave the final approval. A new Fox News poll shows that 52% of Americans believe it's important for Congress to investigate the use of Biden's auto pen, and 50% want to investigate Biden advisors who made key decisions. Meanwhile, the committee is still waiting to hear from Biden's former doctor, Kevin O'Connor, in addition to 2 other former advisors. President Trump has also instructed the Justice Department to launch a separate investigation into the alleged cover-up. Guys.
Brooke Singman live for us. Brooke, thank you. With that, let us bring in former press secretary for the First Lady, Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden. It is Michael LaRosa. And Michael, great to have you on the program. You were hired by Anthony Bernal for the Biden campaign. You are, in fact, his roommate on that campaign. What is Anthony Bernal hiding?
Well, first of all, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that this is not rescheduling for, a personal family emergency or anything. But if it's not, it was a pretty bonehead move because the entire country, the news cycle was devoted to the Iran engagement and President Trump. People kind of forgot about this. Now everybody's talking about it, or at least we are today. And it really does a disservice to the Bidens. And it kind of escalates and confirms suspicions that the Republicans already had. And if you have nothing to hide, there should be no reason not to cooperate. My best advice to him would be to over-cooperate, just like Neera did. And, show, don't tell.
Speaking like a true communications professional, use what happened in Iran as your cover because nobody's paying attention. If Iran's going on, he had an opportunity and he didn't jump on it. Yeah, it
would have went under the radar, and people kind of forgot about it. Even mainstream reporters kind of forgot about it until news broke that he is now going to be compelled, and that's sort of an escalation, and it only raises eyebrows, unfortunately, and does a real disservice to Dr. B and
Michael,
President Biden.
Let's step back for a moment. How powerful was your roommate? I mean, that's what I'm going to call him for 3 years. Was your roommate, Anthony Bernal, in the Biden White House?
I don't think anybody would dispute the characterization that he was probably the most powerful human being inside the Biden's orbit and inside the White House. And I don't say that with any slight or with any degree of pride. It's just a fact, and I don't think anybody would argue with that because nobody wants to say no to a first lady. And Anthony, when he spoke, it was hard to tell where the line began and ended to whether he was speaking for Dr. B or not. So he was pretty powerful when it came to guarding the Biden's privacy, and that was ultimately what did the Bidens in, was this knee-jerk, reflexive move by the culture of the staff to reflexively sort of dodge, stonewall, evade when it comes to transparency. And it was the subject of a lot of colorful disagreements between Anthony and myself, where I was always want to err on the side of full disclosure on anything, as dumb as dog bites. But there was always a reluctance to be upfront about even the smallest things that drove me crazy.
Well, let me get you on a big thing, because Neera Tanden said she had to obtain approval to use the auto pen from the president's inner circle. Michael, was Anthony Bernal ultimately in charge of giving the final approval for the auto pen?
I highly doubt it. I mean, at least I would like to believe that. I like to believe that he wasn't. He would have no reason to be over there. And Neera was not there was not the staff secretary in the last year and a half. Somebody else was. So it will be interesting to see if they decide to subpoena the person who held the job of staff secretary for the last year and a half.
The big question, if Anthony Bernal is forced to testify under oath, is there any way he could testify truthfully that he did not notice Joe Biden's cognitive decline?
Well, Todd, it's hard for me to say, only because, look, in my 3 years, it wasn't I didn't experience that. Now, I left at the end of 2022. Anthony had more access and proximity to the Bidens in their private time, in their private spaces. And so he would know, and he would have had his own observations, and he would have to be truthful about that.
Yes, we are waiting to see the response to the subpoena, but one has to assume that if he did not show up voluntarily.
Of course, you weren't there, but he was.
Less than an hour, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will hold a Pentagon briefing to set the record straight about the successful U.S. strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader delivering a video message for the first time since the ceasefire with Israel took hold. Watch.
All right, Alexandria Hoff is live at the White House with the latest. Hey, Alex.
Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, this debate over damage is really about how long has Iran's nuclear program been set back by 30,000-pound bombs that were dropped on it. Now, you have CIA Director John Ratcliffe stating this, quote, CIA can confirm that a body of credible evidence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by the recent targeted strikes. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard adding, if the Iranians chose to rebuild, they would have to rebuild all three facilities entirely, which would likely take years to do. At the NATO summit, President Trump continued to push back on a preliminary assessment that claimed that Iran's nuclear program was set back by only a few months. A source familiar to the matter tells Fox that assessment was based off of 1 day's worth of reporting. The president added yesterday that additional evidence has been collected from Iran's underground facility Fordow by, quote, people going to the site.
There are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for.
The White House now wants to limit classified information being shared with Congress. That's a sign of where it thinks the preliminary assessment leak came from. Here's the president's deputy attorney general on charging that leaker.
I mean, absolutely. Of course we're ready. You better believe, and the American people better know for sure, that this is exactly the type of conduct that we will investigate fully. Whether it's treasonous and whether someone will be charged with treason, listen, we'll work that out. But you better believe that the Department of Justice is going to do everything we can to find out who did this.
An Iran supreme leader making an address this morning on state TV. He claimed on X simultaneously that the U.S. entered the war to save Israel, but, quote, achieved nothing. He also was boasting about the fact that their proximity, the country, is so close to U.S. military bases, saying that they are within striking distance if the U.S. choose to act out with aggression, as they put it again. I'll send it back to you.
Wow. So he's being a little confrontational coming out of his cocoon. Thanks,
Certainly
Alex.
so. Yeah, it has to say that, though, right?
Yeah, we don't know. I don't know if this was, he was out for 4 days. We didn't hear anything of him. So now he's talking about, well, I know where the bases are. Well, you knew where the bases were before. And what'd you do? You telegraphed a hit on Qatar. That was when the time, if you were a tough guy, that's when you take your shot. But instead, they were afraid of another shot.
Well, it's kind of hard to take a guy serious who's been underground in a bunker.
Exactly.
Hiding from the world, because Israeli forces as well as the United States know exactly where he is, and he's afraid of a strike. Mm-hmm. So to Ainsley's point, he has to show some face to his people to try to keep them in line, even though he really isn't. The bottom line is that they may have known where the U.S. forces were, but they gave us a heads up before they decided to strike us because they didn't want any casualties or any damage to our building.
Yeah, so there's going to be a press conference this morning, as we told you, with Pete Hegseth and General Raising Cane. And it's going to be at the Pentagon at 8 o'clock this morning. We will be taking it live. President Trump said, I thought this was interesting. He was talking about our pilots. He said, to fight for the dignity of our great American pilots. That's why we're having this briefing. These patriots were very upset. After 36 hours of dangerously flying through enemy territory, they landed. They knew the success was legendary. And then 2 days later, they started reading fake news by CNN and the failing New York Times. They felt terribly. He goes on to say that in this press conference or this briefing, you're going to be shown irrefutable evidence to show that this was a success.
So the president's going to be tightening the circle of people that are going to get briefed on intelligence, and that's going to tick off Congress. But he has to understand we have other sensitive missions going forward, and we have to be able to trust that the right intelligence is going to come out. You know how much time they wasted pushing back on what they were saying with the results of this bombing raid? Also, the biggest bombs in the world, the most effective non-nuclear bombs in the world, were dropped exactly where they were supposed to. That's all you need to know. And believe me, the Iranians got the message. Here's our Secretary of Defense.
The instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. All of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12, 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated.
Look at Marco. Really put into perspective, because at that time, none of the real intelligence reports had came out with the strong information when they were making this assessment. It was only that one report that was low confidence that was released. And they're making all of these conclusions about this when they hadn't even been to the site to be able to see. And I think what they did do, and I think the president highlighted this very well, they didn't honor our servicemen and women that did the mission. And the president talks about the conversation that he had with some of the pilots and how happy they were to fight for our country, and they demeaned them in the process. And I think a lot of them are regretting this morning.
We'll see. That was the initial report. We'll see what happens today. The Israelis have a different view of what happened, and they will more than likely on the ground.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And
Oh, Marco Rubio. He's just looking like, look, we've been through this before. Yeah, Lord. Yeah, Lord. You know, some people are so good with their words, spoken words. They're so articulate. They know how to phrase every single word. And they're like wordsmith. You know what I mean? Like, it's just amazing the way Marco Rubio. He's skillful with his communication, and it's insane. Here we go.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here.
Drew said, "Oh, so you just keep commenting like NPC Elijah."
Here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today, I'm going to brief you on a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday, as the president has stated, on Monday morning, we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the President, at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base, roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about a pending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle, and you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walkthrough of the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon and share a little bit about the planners who did this and their work on the weapon. First, let me set the stage for you. There's an organization in the U.S. called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA.
Just got to say this. I'm going to say this, okay? I think General Dan Raising Kane should just be behind the scene because he's very special. He's very tactical. He's a veteran when it comes to war. So, in my opinion, he should not even be here wasting time with the press. I mean, they're trying to make him a face. I don't think I don't know, man. Really, Pete Hegseth should do this because Pete Hegseth has the experience, talking and stuff. But this guy is a warrior. This guy was in charge of getting rid of ISIS. So this is just really sad to see because what does he have to prove? What does he have to prove to this fake news where you have a great American general who has fought for the United States for years coming out here trying to defend the total obliteration of Iran's nuclear weapon? Sir, we believe you. Go back and do your job and let these people just do what they do. Because golly.
DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a Defense Threat Reduction Agency officer was brought into a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordo, a critical element of Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose. They weren't able to discuss this with their family, their wives, their kids, their friends, but they just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported to go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these two Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this. To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack. Weaponeering is the science of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these two DTRA officers had thought about.
I mean, come on. Come on, man. This is just wasting the general's time. Teaching the American people about weaponry and all this stuff that people don't even need to know. I mean, if you want to know, you can go do your research. These things are public knowledge on Google or, the library. But come on, man. Wasting a general's time defining weaponry for what? For who? The fake CNN news? Why didn't the fake CNN news, MSNBC, New York Post, or New York Times go to his office or write to his office to get this information? But rather, they spill a bunch of BS to divide the American people. So now the already divided people would start looking at this man and listening to this man and say, man, he's just lying. A great general like this brought to me, this is not nice. Bringing him on TV here to define all of this is just a waste of time. His caliber is way too high for all this.
Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon and fuse combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU-57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these three holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with two additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these two ventilation shafts, as seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom. Keep it going for a minute. You'll see inside the mission space. Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of the damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock. Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the Joint Force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordo. First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. And we know this through other means, intelligence means that we have, that were visibly, we were visibly able to see them. And we know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves, give you a few details about them. The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. They were male and female aviators on this mission. And a crew member told me when I talked to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists, airmen, and maintainers all coming together. One last story about people. When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a formation of 4 airplanes followed by a formation of 3 and came up overhead Whiteman proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base. and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our Joint Force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
Wasting the great General Raising Cane's time. What man? Just beautiful. Beautiful. The great General Raising Cane.
In all of tonight's top stories, Fox News contributor, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, as a historian and professor and friend, forget being Speaker, although that was a pretty important job you had, and you did balance the budget 5 straight years in a row. If I would have told you that Donald Trump will give the Republic of Iran 60 days to come to a peace deal and willingly give up their nuclear program, that on day 61, Israel would go in, knock out their missile defense systems so they would own the skies over Iran, that they would have operatives on the ground with drones inside of Iran, ready to take out top nuclear scientists, top generals, simultaneously devastating their missile batteries, ballistic missile systems, and 2 nuclear sites, and then culminating with Saturday night, Donald Trump knocking out the 3 nuclear sites that mattered and obliterating them. And then at the end of 12 days, we'd have a ceasefire that's holding. I don't think I would have believed it. I would have said no way. Historically, how do you view that?
Well, look. Well, I think it's actually about right. The Israelis have proven over and over and over again that they have enormous capabilities. That part doesn't surprise me. To a degree that I just wrote a piece on this at Gingrich 360 as a newsletter. Look, Trump is very disciplined. People don't realize this because there's so much noise around him. But he's very disciplined. He has a clear vision of what he wants to get done. He knows how to build a team. And I thought he showed an enormous capacity and a great deal of courage in being patient. He had all sorts of friends, as you know. He had all sorts of friends who were worried about him. Was he going to go wobbly? Was he going to get weak? No. He had a clear deadline. He artfully said to the world, I would really like to avoid this. I hope the Iranians will work with me. I'm giving them 60 days, and I'm confident that he and Bibi had an agreement months ago. On day 61, the Israelis could launch a plan which they have been working on for years. And then after they finished cleaning up the entire air defense system, if they called him and said, you know, we really do need help to take out these 3 facilities. We had a plan which I think started 8 or 9 years ago in planning. And we also taught the world a lesson. We can launch bombers from Missouri to anywhere in the world and have precision targets that are annihilating. And we are prepared to defend America and to defend America's allies. Now, to me, the test is going to be, what are the terms of the truce? Are the Iranians, in fact, going to try to cheat, or are they going to recognize that between Israel and the United States, they're in a total overmatch and they can't possibly succeed? I don't think we know yet how stubborn the Ayatollah Khamenei is going to be.
Okay, I would say that the first thing I would look out for, and has to be part of any ceasefire deal, when they finally get to the table, and they will, and I believe Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Rubio will be a part of it, that Iran cannot use their proxies and arm them and fire at Israel at will and thinking that they are blameless in that. That would be issue number one. Issue number two, anywhere, anyplace, anytime inspections, that they're not trying to rebuild their nuclear program or their ballistic missile batteries and program, because the missiles they were firing into densely populated civilian areas were 2,000 pounds. Now they want to build 4,000-pound missiles. That could wreak a lot of havoc, and that's a lot of carnage and a lot of death. So I think that has to be part of it. And it probably would be nice if they recognized Israel as part of a peace plan, if they really want peace. I don't expect they're going to do that, Mr. Speaker. I hope I'm wrong. I want peace. Well, but if you say death to America, death to Israel, I assume you mean it.
Look, I think you just put your finger on it. The minimums for thinking this is successful is quit saying death to Israel and death to America. You don't have to recognize Israel. You can no longer say death to Israel and death to America. No more ballistic missile developments, period. And open inspection of all nuclear capability, including finding the 400 kilograms of uranium that they have moved out of the sites. Now, either they're prepared to do that, or frankly, the truce will have to end, and we'll have to go back to the Israelis and potentially the Americans bombing them into submission. I think the question here for the Ayatollah Khamenei is, does his regime survive better by caving and accepting these conditions, or would his regime be destroyed by accepting these conditions, and therefore he's better off to go down fighting? I don't think we know yet which decision he'll make.
Yeah, I don't think we will either. But you know what? The world is a safer place today. There's no doubt about that. Speaker Gingrich, thank you for being with us. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to
God is the greatest. America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Y'all want to keep going? Okay, look like we have some new people in here. Here we go.
We are awaiting new comment from the White House regarding the leak of a low-confidence preliminary report on last weekend's strike on Iran's nuclear facilities. In just under an hour from now, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt will be holding a press briefing, no doubt answering questions about the newly launched investigation into the source of that leak report, as well as the media's narrative that the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities were not as successful as the administration claimed. So they are irresponsibly using that document with low confidence, even though more information is still coming out. This is Outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner here with my co-host Emily Campagno. Also joining us today, Laura Trump, host of My View with Laura Trump, Leslie Marshall, Fox News contributor, and Guy Benson, Fox News contributor and host of The Guy Benson Show on Fox News Radio. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth set the record straight, refuting a leaked Pentagon report which claimed United States strikes had limited impact on Iran's nuclear program, all while touting the success of Operation Midnight Hammer.
It says in the report, multiple linchpin assumptions are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic.
President Trump taking no issue with Secretary Hegseth's press briefing. He wrote this on Truth Social: "One of the greatest, most professional, and most confirming news conferences I have ever seen!" Exclamation point. The White House now wants to limit classified information shared with Congress, a sign of where it thinks the preliminary assessment leak came from. And the president's deputy attorney general says the leaker will be charged to the fullest extent of the law.
I mean, absolutely. Of course we're ready. You better believe, and the American people better know for sure, that this is exactly the type of conduct that we will investigate fully. Whether it's treasonous and whether someone will be charged with treason, listen, we'll work that out, but you better believe that the Department of Justice is going to do everything we can to find out who did this.
Guy, this isn't about whether or not the report was put out there. It's how it was put out there. It's the fact that the journalist didn't question any of that, who put that out there in legacy media, and made it appear as if that was the one that we had all been waiting for, although it's labeled low confidence. I don't know about you, but I don't even take baby aspirin with low confidence. I mean, come on, if it says that on the label, you're looking for the real stuff.
I would think that within journalism circles, if you got this leak, you'd have to at least do a little check in your mind about basic logic and common sense. You're like, okay, I'm a curious person. The Israelis have had air superiority over Iran for the better part of 2 weeks, bombing whatever they feel like at will, basically. The United States comes in with this extraordinary, unique technology with bullseye hits. Oh, and by the way, the Israelis took out the brains behind the nuclear program, all those scientists, and yet that only set the program back by a few months. It doesn't make any sense just to a non-expert, outside observer like myself or like your typical journalist. I think what Secretary Hegseth did there was really smart. He said, don't take my word for it. Let me go through all the different intelligence agencies that have come to a different conclusion, including the IAEA, which isn't intelligence, but this is their bread and butter. This is what they do. The Israelis clearly have extraordinary intelligence penetration into Iran. They've come to the same conclusion as we have, but we're all supposed to focus on this one report with low confidence. Doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Emily.
And I want to focus for a moment on the nexus between the legacy media's amplification of a low confidence report in stark contrast to under the prior administration, when they would rely heavily on the actual sources. So here's a couple examples. And the point, too, is that the Biden administration botched it. So number one, remember that the Biden administration relied heavily on the intelligence community's assessments of how long the Taliban would be able to stay in power, right? Yep. That turned out to be totally different. But the press ran with it at the time. And what about the Chinese spy balloon, right? Then President Biden told us many times it's upon dependence of the intelligence community's assessments, historical and real time, that we've made the decision to shoot it down over water, to let it ride across the whole country. The press amplified that and didn't question it. And what about the 51 former intelligence officials that signed that letter that turned out to be completely false about Hunter Biden's laptop and Russian disinformation that the press ran with and failed to correct later? And so now you contrast that with a low confidence one report of the 17 intelligence agencies that all of a sudden that is somehow amplified when the director of the CIA says it was successful. Iranian, Israeli officials, everyone is saying it was successful. But one lone small voice that happened to leak it to another legacy figure, and that's what they amplify. It just shows the rot still exists and that it is purely political in legacy media.
Yeah, or laziness. I mean, that's my greatest concern as a journalist. I'm just thinking, are we losing our curiosity and they simply take what they're fed because it does fit that narrative? Right. That is really unfortunate. Laura.
Yeah, well, that is exactly right. And I think that trying to spin a narrative out of this is very concerning. You know, before we're Republicans or Democrats, we're all Americans, right? That's what we should all remember in this moment. This was a monumental, historic achievement. This is something to go in and take out these nuclear sites that presidents before Donald Trump said they all wanted to do. He was able to get it done. This is a low confidence report. And the fact that you had the legacy media pouncing on it, that it seemed like they were attempting to weaken America and our footing on the world stage at such an important time like this. You know, you want America to lead from a place of strength. You want us to be able to say, here, we're going to lay it all out for you on the table. Here's every single report. as Pete Hegseth did there. He read all the way down and said, no, we know we got this. We know we got this. You don't want America on its heels in a weakened state whenever we are on the precipice of Middle East peace. You want us in a strong state. And it felt like, I think to a lot of us out there, that the goal of this was the media to attack Donald Trump, as they always do. And anything he does, if he says up, they say down. We know how it always goes, and that's very disappointing.
You know what I'm thinking as you're talking? Whose side are they on?
Well, that's right.
Like, is it the American public and doing their job and getting the information right? I mean, I had news directors tell me, it's great to be first, it's most important to be right. Anyway, I want to get to this before I come to you, Leslie. General Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff this morning, talked about the Americans who defended the American air base in Qatar during Iran's retaliation. Let's watch that.
The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history.
I know your home state of California has the highest number of military veterans in the country, and so we appreciate them. I do want to say that when you hear that level of detail, it's hard not to thank everybody who's ever put that uniform on, especially the youngest among us who did it last weekend.
Well, that's where you and I have something in common, both our dads, right? My dad in the Korean War. Yeah, we're both military kids.
And my dad.
Yeah. Listen, I want facts, right? And I want journalists to put out facts. And I do think somebody's like, okay, I've got this and I've got this fast. But a lot of the stuff that we have coming out is fast. So let me quote the president himself when we talk about, of course, I have to put my password in because I'm going to quote it, right? The president said, quote, the intelligence was very inconclusive. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we can take the we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration. Here's the thing. The top brass at the Pentagon have said to have a really deep dive into this is going to take a long time. We're not going to know. Did Iran move any of the uranium, specifically Fordo? Can they dig Fordo out? They're talking about just water and electrical issues once they dig out. How long will that take? And I think not just the American, citizens and voters, but certainly the House and the Senate have a right and a necessity to know all of those details and those specifics. And that's what I saw coming out as an American in questions after that leak. Leak, terrible, but what the leak did is prompted more questions to get more specifics.
Can I just say,
with regard to how bad were they hit and how long would it take, and did they move any of that uranium before this bomb?
Leslie, I would say this just real quickly, and Guy, I'll go to you next. None of what you just asked should be predicated on something that was leaked, because it's not necessary. I asked those questions too. I want all those answers.
Oh no, I agree with you. You don't need the leak to have that.
I don't predicate it on, well, somebody told me that.
Those are the questions I asked before, and I'm still asking
that they
now.
may sort of kind of know the answer. No, I mean, you obviously want to know what happened.
I would just make a very quick point. You said when the regime starts digging out Fordo. I think it's an if, because the Israelis are going to be watching them like a hawk. They're not going to let them dig out. They've got control of the skies.
Well, no, I disagree. I would say when. All
right.
Last word?
Well, and I would also echo what Guy said earlier, which is that the top scientists there in the country who were developing this nuclear program were all taken out as well. So even if they move some of that uranium, even if there's anything left, it'll be a long time, thank God, before they get their hands on anything that's concerning to the world, I think.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I just saw a video of Candace Owen, well, a couple of minutes ago, of Candace Owen and Piers Morgan, and she was asking what do you feel when Iran is screaming and chanting death to America? And she's like, well, why are they chanting death to America? Bro, who cares why they're chanting death to America? Okay. Well, she was born in the United States. I wasn't born in the United States. So I'll say she has the ultimate right to say what she's talking about. But, I mean, if somebody's shouting and chanting death to America, my response wouldn't be, well, why are they shouting or chanting death to America? Well, they're also chanting death to Israel and death to the United Kingdom. And she's like, well, why are they chanting death? Okay.
Well, there's a united front at the White House. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth pushing back hard on a leaked Pentagon report, an early low-confidence damage assessment that claimed U.S. strikes only set Iran's nuclear program back by 3 months. Now, the Pentagon showing this footage as part of its response of a previous test, and Secretary Hegseth maintaining the strikes were devastating.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success. I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic.
And Hegseth saving some of his ammo for the media that he accuses of undermining the military service members who flew the mission.
It's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump because you want him not to be successful so bad. You have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it.
As for plugging the leak, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the FBI is on the case, and she added this.
It's illegal, and they should be held accountable for that. Leaked bits and pieces of an intel assessment to push a false narrative. Someone who had their hands on this, and it was a very few people, few number of people in our government who saw this report, that person was irresponsible with it, and we need to get to the bottom of it.
President Trump warning of harsh consequences if that leaker is caught. He posted on Truth Social. The Democrats are the ones who leaked the information on the perfect flight to the nuclear sites in Iran. They should be prosecuted. All right. Lots to get to. I don't think, Jesse, that it's irresponsible of the media to say, well, what was the efficacy of and the results of the strike? But to go forward with the Defense Intelligence Agency low confidence report as if it was gospel, and then it was like a wildfire all across the media, does seem a little irresponsible.
It is, and we were so proud to hear from this general about this mission. It makes you almost cry, but to hear that this guy studied this mountain for 15 years and spoke to geologists and industry and explosive experts, and then 15 years later, they get the go-ahead and these pilots go in, and it's like 37-hour flight, and they basically drop 6 bombs down this air shaft, swish, 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 from 15,000 feet. The perfection and the precision, it's just incredible. And so it's obviously a successful hit. And the pilots even said it was I think the darkest night of the month. And they said all of a sudden it was like daytime. It was the brightest and most ferocious explosion they've ever witnessed. And they even practiced it on dummy mountains. And so, everyone's feeling this huge swelling of patriotism, and then CNN comes along and sullies it. Now, CNN says we didn't do anything wrong. But CNN spent 48 hours with guests at the top of every single hour saying the mission failed, saying the bombs didn't work, says the Iranians still have a nuclear program. What kind of effect does that have? You're basically taking classified information and using it to undermine the commander-in-chief and cast doubt on the effectiveness of the American military capabilities. And putting the commander-in-chief at a disadvantage when he's trying to maintain a ceasefire. It's treasonous. That's the T word, Jessica. And Kash and Bongino are going to be looking at these congressmen now because I have a suspect list. I feel like I know who this person was. And you can easily find them. There's a limited amount of people that access this intelligence. You go and see who got access to it, and then you narrow it down, and then you get a warrant for their phone. So they better lawyer up because someone's going to go to prison for a very long time. I really think that when you add up the Israelis, even the Iranians, the CIA, the DNI, the Pentagon, they all say the same thing. They hit pay dirt. The only one saying it wasn't a righteous shot was the Ayatollah and CNN. And the only reason the Ayatollah is saying that is because he's bluffing.
Mm-hmm. If he's really saying it at all himself.
The Ayatollah.
Exactly. I think, Charlie, one of the things about this is that because America and Israel did something remarkable and outstanding for the world in terms, I believe, in terms of the peaceful nature of the future of the world, there is the possibility of a regional transformation. You now know that because of this action, if Iran isn't on the threshold of a nuclear weapon, they're basically like Oman. And so they don't have that. And now you have the possibility of expanding the Abraham Accords and a different Middle East.
Yeah, and I think that President Trump will get the same credit from these people that he got for the Abraham Accords, which were certainly among the one or two most significant things to happen in terms of world peace in the Middle East over the past several decades. A problem that is so intractable that every great statesman that's been produced in the past half century has basically lost in their efforts to try to bring peace there. And I'm hopeful. I was kind of amused listening to everybody talk about how the MAGA base was going to split in two over this. I always kind of find it funny when people suddenly become experts on Trump voters. They've been scornful of Trump voters forever, and then suddenly they're experts on it. I think that most Trump voters, they don't want to get into another war by any means. But if you had an option to either silence or put Iran out of commission, or at the very least take a nuclear weapon out of their hands, 90% of Trump voters would be like, yeah, that seems like a step in the right direction. And you're right. If this does happen, you're talking about an expansion of the Abraham Accords, a building on the Abraham Accords that we could have only dreamed of a couple of years ago. The people at CNN, these people, they're never going to give him credit for this. And in fact, I think that it actually is part of what drives them so insanely crazy is that they see him bringing this level, actual common sense, a non-ideological approach to these problems with fresh thinking. And then he gets solutions and actually gets people talking to one another. And I think it worsens the Trump derangement syndrome. It's almost like it takes it to a whole new level of fevered pitch. They just freak out. And I'm sorry that these people are going to suffer so badly about this, but I would rather have, a peaceful world and a peaceful Middle East.
Emily, I was thinking about you today because part of the briefing this morning was a real chance to honor, thank, and celebrate the men and women who worked on this mission and they've worked on it their entire lives. They've practiced, as Jesse was saying, they've practiced this, they knew the mission, and also for the young people that were there under attack in Qatar at our base there. You're closest, I think, to the military here. What do you think that meant for them or to them?
An exceptional message of gratitude and honor that they so richly deserve. And I think so much of these military operations, the success, the efficacy depends on this absolute, perfect, magical collaboration between hundreds of thousands of people in all different forms and positions and functions. And when it's executed properly and it looks effortless, people think it's easy. But the reality is that it takes generations of institutional knowledge and that patriotism, that skill set that we can only find here. So I was deeply appreciative simply as an American to witness that. And I agree with you that it was a right moment to express that gratitude finally for these troops under with this administration. Part of the hypocrisy I find with the media in terms of the reliance on this outlier report is that it's the same members of the media that are saying, well, it's going to take some time for us to be sure. So if that were true, why then did they pounce so immediately on the low confidence outlier leaked report premature and uncollaborated to have that finding, right? And we understand, of course, that it's one of multiple, but I think the worst part about their deceit is maybe not even just the deceit, but the fact that they fail to celebrate an American success and the choose your own adventure, the option that sees the expansion of the Abraham Accords, potential peace, prosperity, and total liberation, and that somehow they cannot celebrate that because of who the commander-in-chief was. And we know that it's political because we saw this under the prior administration, right? There was a complete reliance, rightly so, on the presidency of the intelligence community, but the media ran with that. They had no problem waiting for consensus and confirmed reporting, right? Remember that the Afghanistan withdrawal, when we were told by this administration that the Afghan government would be in effect and remain in power for a really long time. Well, clearly that was dead wrong, but the media had no problem furthering that. And the Chinese spy balloon, which was why Biden shot it down over the water. And of course, the 51 intelligence officials, former, who signed that letter to the same Natasha Bertrand. So the whole point is we see here that only now, with this particular commander-in-chief, do they choose to report and amplify the drivel that first comes out.
Well, a lot of that same media, it just occurs to me, Jessica, they were the ones who had a hard time saying that Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal was a failure.
Really? Maybe it's just my lived experience, but I felt like everybody was talking about how terrible that was. And we had reports right away that there were people within the administration who told him, we don't think that you can move this quickly. We know that this is the right end result, but this process will not work. Folks who worked for him in the Pentagon. So I don't know. That's just my view on it. I also don't know how many reporters there would be who got the opportunity to report that early intelligence brief on what had happened and wouldn't have put it out there. And then after it came from CNN, it was confirmed by other outlets. Listen, Donald Trump hates the press. It's his number one witch hunt or whatever. And Secretary Hegseth knows how to please his boss.
No,
and that was a performance.
The biased press.
No,
the biased press. They don't hate.
But
the
they
press.
decide
hate
who's biased on a daily basis. He does it all the time. He goes, "Oh, you're not so bad today," and then tomorrow he says, "Oh, wait, I hate you again." So Secretary Hegseth was. That's fine, but it doesn't change the reality of it. That the way that he speaks to them, the way that he discredits genuine questions, and it happened today with Secretary Hegseth, and the question.
Thank you for the super chat, Ingram. God bless you. Thank you.
About what changed over the last 3 days, right? That you are now willing to say this was total obliteration when you said the reports are going to come in over time. And I know that it went well because we got the review from Trump, one of the greatest, most professional, and most confirming news conferences I've ever seen. The fake news should have everyone involved we should fire everyone involved in the witch hunt and apologize to our great warriors. I haven't seen anyone minimizing the warriors, asking questions about where 400 pounds of 60% enriched uranium is not minimizing what these warriors did. And we should note as well that the people in the intel community, they're warriors as well, and they get diminished constantly. It talks about the deep state, et cetera. The European intel agencies are reporting that the uranium is intact. Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat.
Wait, Jessica, the Europeans, we were telling them Russia was going to invade Ukraine for a year, and they were like, no, I don't see it.
Listen.
I think American and Israeli intelligence is much crisper.
Well, the senators were briefed today. Tom Cotton comes out, and he said it was not part of the mission to destroy the uranium. Well, why wouldn't it be? If you thought that all the uranium was in Fordo, why wouldn't you have wanted to totally obliterate?
To get the weapon.
Okay, so is no one concerned that there's 900 pounds of uranium, maybe in a truck, driving around the mountains there?
Well, Pete Hegseth says he hasn't seen any intelligence that they took it out in trucks.
Correct.
And the guest today on Martha said those trucks that they saw parked next to the mountain are not capable of bringing uranium out of there.
Well, Senator Chris Murphy, who was also in attendance, said that saw no evidence that this has pushed back the nuclear project any more than a few months. So time will tell. But I thought it was a very
Where's the line of acceptability for denigrating people between the intelligence figures and ICE agents?
What?
Why is it acceptable to denigrate ICE agents, but it's not acceptable to denigrate the leakers in the intelligence community?
Well, first of all, I'm talking about the intelligence community writ large. But if you're talking about an ICE agent who's masked and pulling someone out of a home.
There's always a double standard. This is why really sometimes before I come on live stream, I'm always like, do I want to do this? Do I really want to do this? Because it's like everybody's just getting divided by the minute. You know what I mean? It's like now she's about to say, well, if you're talking about an ICE agent that his face is covered, the ICE agents are being threatened every time, doxxed every time. Getting threats every single time. But now she's about to say, well, but the intelligence communities, they're warriors. But what about the guys the actual warriors who flew the bombers, who refueled the entire planes that flew for 32 or 37 hours? Oh, it's the intelligence community that are actual, warriors. Look, sometimes I'm just tired, yo. But God is the greatest. And my belief is the United States is the greatest country on the face of the earth. That's why I do this, because it's like, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, progressive, everything sometimes can be divisive. And, like I said, I was listening to Candace Owens, and she's just going in on Israel, which that's her opinion. She's entitled to that. And she should be, she's saying what she believes. And that's what America is made of. This is how and why people come to the United States, to be free. America is the land of freedom. You know what I mean? So what she's saying, that's her right. But then again, I think about it. She was fired from Daily Wire in 2024, or let go from Daily Wire in 2024. And we know Shapiro is, I think, the founder or CEO of Daily Wire. And of course, he's a Jew and he loves Israel. So I guess they're saying because she made anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic words, or she made a statement that was anti-Semitic or whatever, and she's going hard at it. And then I look at what's going on in her life right now. She's pregnant, and she announced that she was pregnant in January this year. So if you Google and actually read about pregnancy, you have emotional turmoil. It's like a roller coaster. I mean, I got a 5-year-old daughter. I know when my late wife was pregnant. Yeah, but it was a beauty to be around her, obviously. But look, this whole thing can be divisive sometimes. Can be. It can be. It can be divisive. So look, sometimes I'm tired. Sometimes I don't want to do this, but it's like I love America too much, because if you don't do it, the other guys are gonna do it, and then it's like, okay, you got to do it. And that's why a lot of people don't like to say what they think or their opinions out. I'm here, I'm talking, and you see people in the comment section saying, well, look at you. Look at your skin color. They don't even like you. You're a coon. You're that. You're voting against your own interests. It's like, okay. So you know how many people are out there that look like me that actually are conservative, but it's like, I don't want to go out there and talk, because they don't want to be bullied down. But look, I grew up in Nigeria. I go here. The United States was kind enough to let me, come in here about 8 years ago, and I'm a citizen now, and I came in here legally. So I grew up in a very tough background. There's nothing on the face of this world, on the face of earth, that can make me go, oh no, don't say that to me. Words don't hurt me. Okay. Words can't hurt me. But America, we should come together. We should come together and stop being divisive. Okay. And I get it. You might want to support Iran. I don't even understand why you would want to support Iran. But it's like, if you're American, can you just support the homeland for a change? I mean, Jesus.
Home Depot? No, I just say don't do it. I don't call them a bad person. Okay. I know
Man, please. You do.
following orders. I've seen Tom Homan and Stephen Miller.
Hey, Sean.
Democrats are admitting this may be Donald Trump's best week as president. NATO is calling him daddy. The ceasefire's holding, Iran's nuclear program's obliterated, and the stock market's about to hit an all-time high. Today at the Pentagon, Pistol Pete spiked the football right in the media's face. Secretary Hegseth and General Raising Cane thanked the boys in the B-2s who pulled off Saturday's operation. A mission 15 years in the making. In 2009, an officer was brought into a secret vault and briefed on a major construction project in Iran's mountain.
For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordow. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57.
For over a decade, PhDs, geologists, and munition teams perfected the blast. They practiced it on dummy mountains. The bunker buster was born. Then the Air Force got a call Friday. Trump said the mission was a go.
The crews that attacked Fordow were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School.
The target was the size of a washing machine. Miss, and the mission fails.
The United States decided to strike these two ventilation shafts, as seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordow, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4,
Yo, the comment section
5.
is so wild right now. I'm just reading it it's like, whoa. Somebody said, just shut up and watch TV. Somebody said, low IQ. Somebody, people just talk. And that's that's the world we're living in. They have no profile picture and they talk. Okay? Look. It's wild. It is absolutely wild. No profile picture. And then you have something to say about me because I'm here. Oh, you weren't born in the United States. What do you know about what you're saying? Okay. To become a United States citizen, you have to know about the United States. You have to study and you have to take a test. Okay? And if you fail, you can be a United States citizen. All right? I mean, it is just what it is.
Were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. The primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware.
The Pentagon releasing these videos simulating the bomb blast.
Oh, man.
We dropped 420,000 pounds of these beasts. and then threw in 30,000 pounds of tomahawks just for dessert. That kind of firepower, that cavern lab is incinerated. After 6 bullseyes, we knew the regime would retaliate, and they did, lobbing missiles at our largest base in the region, and our soldiers were ready.
You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. The sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army.
Patriot battery operators were hooting and hollering that night as they intercepted.
Look, I wasn't born in the United States, but when I hear people say, you know what? Why do you think Iran is chanting death to America? I'm like, okay. If you were born in the United States, your first instinct should be, all right, the United States is not perfect. I'm not saying the United States is perfect. But you should support your home. This is where you live. This is where you have your family, your business. This land protects you, gives you security. And you're asking, well, maybe we should. Why is Iran chanting death to America? Really? All right, move to Iran. Move to Iran. Okay.
Missile after missile from the mullahs. We're so proud of our men and women in uniform. Such courage and such ingenuity. The mission was perfectly executed. The only question is if Iran moved their uranium.
The uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise.
The International Atomic Energy Agency and the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission both say the American payloads completely destroyed the enrichment facilities and the centrifuges. Iran's even admitting its nuclear sites are toast.
Our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure, because it has come under repeated attacks by Israeli and American aggressors.
The only ones who say Iran's nuke program survived, besides CNN, is the Ayatollah, who came out of hiding and says he slapped us like Bridget Macron.
The Islamic Republic dealt a severe slap to the face of America.
Besides Iranian Baghdad Bob, CNN couldn't find a single soul to back up their fake story. Oh, and they tried.
Man. You could see that the key nodes of a centrifuge program were hit. So the program is severely damaged.
I am confident that Iran has suffered a catastrophic blow to its enrichment program.
They did it perfectly. So we should have, as kind of Norm said, an expectation that there was significant damage.
The reporter who fronted the piece is a known con artist. They call her Nasty Natasha.
In 2020, it was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. Also, in 2024, Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax. She also pushed the fine people hoax, which was taking the president's words purposely out of context. And so this is a reporter who has been unfortunately used by people who dislike Donald Trump in this government to push fake and false narratives. She should be ashamed of herself.
You know it's really bad when Morning Joe won't touch the bunker buster hoax.
We also have to be cautious about being played by people inside the intel community who want to get their message out. That's happened an awful lot. Happened a lot in Iraq.
Jets.
It happened a lot in
Jets,
Afghanistan.
please, Jets.
So again,
Jets.
that's why waiting to see what happens actually and not drawing too many conclusions makes sense.
Jake Tapper says he's just being a journalist and asking questions.
Asking questions is literally our job.
Oh, for real? Oh, for real, Jake? For real? Asking question is your job? Now that's your job? Oh, great. Oh, great. Okay. This guy said Biden had a starter. Biden had a starter. That's what he said. And now he wrote a book saying, well, you know, you didn't ask questions then, but now you want to ask questions because it's Trump and he's racist and, you know, he's for the rich. That's why every elite and the rich don't like him, you know, like Bill Gates, Oprah Winfrey. They don't like him, but he's for the rich. George Soros don't like him, but he's for the rich. It's like, man.
Demanding facts and answers instead of just taking a president's word for it.
Jake just started asking questions when Trump got sworn in. He never asked why Biden's taking the short stairs or why an Alzheimer's doctor's visiting the White House every week.
Yes.
Now, we're not saying you have to believe everything the president says. You don't. But use your head. The Air Force hasn't missed a target since Desert Storm. CNN just spent 48 hours claiming our bombs don't work and Iran's nuke program's intact. Now Tapper's saying, we were just demanding answers. And his next book's going to be called How Trump Destroyed Fordo. Trump says fake news CNN is so disgusting and incompetent, some of the dumbest anchors in the business. Hegseth says they all just have a wicked case of TDS.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half.
But my thing is, this has to be some sort of show, or I don't know, because why would you be a United States news cable network and then you're broadcasting worldwide and you're saying that the United States, the greatest military on the face of the earth, maybe, you know, it wasn't successful. What do you expect the entire world to think about the United States military? What are you doing? What kind of narrative are you telling the world about the United States military? What are you doing? Like,
truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
Today, Democrats got briefed on Operation Midnight Hammer, and here's Chuck Schumer's takeaway.
There was no coherent strategy, no end game, no plan, no specific, no detailed plan on how Iran does not attain a nuclear weapon.
Schumer must still be dehydrated from the elliptical because the strategy to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon was to bomb the places where they were making nuclear weapons. What is wrong with this guy? It's starting to look like the leaker didn't come from the Pentagon. They came from Congress.
We're investigating who that leaker was. It could have been someone in the intelligence community, or it could have been someone on Capitol Hill who had access to this document. The FBI is searching for that person.
Donald Trump says the Democrats are the ones who leaked the information on the perfect flight to the nuclear sites in Iran. They should be prosecuted. The Justice Department says if they find someone in Congress leaked, they're going to prison.
There's not
I'm not aware of an immunity clause that protects anybody in this country from disclosing classified, top secret, or even higher information to the New York Times.
Democrats are now complaining that Trump isn't sharing all of his intel with them. Maybe that's because they keep leaking it. Now, if Trump gave Democrats a heads up on Operation Midnight Hammer, they would have told the Ayatollah. That can't happen. That.
Okay. They would have told the Ayatollah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Remember when they used to ask Trump, sir, what time and what day would you strike? So, wait, I'm supposed to tell you what I'm going to do? Really? I mean, come on. Sir, Mr. President, what day and what time are you going to strike? Okay, I'll tell you. Hold on.
He hates leaks in the House. Click here to.
Oh, man. We going to CNN after this. Y'all get ready.
But first, our top story tonight, a new low for Democrats and the legacy media mob. They don't know what the word shame means. Now, for the past week, many on the left were blatantly rooting against our military, our country. God forbid Donald Trump does something right, we can praise him, and proudly touting a ridiculous claim that the U.S. strikes, I'm talking about the massive 14 bunker buster bombs against Iran's nuclear facilities, were somehow a failure in what has now become an all too predictable pattern. A bogus report designed to make Donald Trump look bad was eagerly and selectively published despite a mountain of red flags, including, quote, low confidence classification. Basically, they looked at a picture from a satellite. That phony story then became the talk of the town in D.C. and the swamp, fueled by obsessive, compulsive, nonstop rage and hatred and coverage by MSDNC, fake news CNN, the New York Times, and virtually every other left-wing, legacy media mob member in the country. And at the center of this hit piece, the usual suspects, including a so-called reporter named Natasha Bertrand. Never really heard of her. She's exactly the embodiment of why CNN is known as fake news CNN, because for years the sad excuse for, quote, a journalist has been the deep state's go-to helper for smears all against Donald Trump. Caroline Levitt was way on her game today. She crushed it and described it perfectly, and that is Natasha Bertrand's track record. It's beyond laughable, and her reports should never be taken seriously. Take a look.
It was Natasha Bertrand who had 51 intelligence analysts falsely lie to her, but she still put it on paper for some reason, that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinformation. We all know that's not true, right? We can all agree on that now. That was a lie from the intelligence community. Also in 2020, this same reporter, Natasha Bertrand, wrote that a top intel agency ruled out the man-made lab leak theory of the coronavirus origins. Again, the president was right about that. This reporter wrote a lie from the intelligence community to seek a narrative she wanted to prove, and guess what? We now know that's the truth. Also, in 2024, Bertrand pushed the suckers and losers hoax. She also pushed the fine people hoax, which was taking the president's words purposely out of context. And then last October, and I believe this is notable, Natasha Bertrand published an article in Politico from the intelligence agency. She said that John Ratcliffe was speaking without any evidence when he said Iran was attempting to undermine President Trump's presidential campaign. And then we, of course, found out that was absolutely true. In fact, the Biden administration declassed an intel report which said they had high confidence that Iran had done exactly what Ratcliffe alleged. They did run an influence campaign to hurt President Trump's candidacy. In fact, we know the Iranians tried to take President Trump's life. And so this is a reporter who has been unfortunately used by people who dislike Donald Trump in this government to push fake and false narratives.
Now, take a look at your screen. Natasha Bertrand has been wrong about almost everything. They call her a reporter. Now, that's because she clearly has an agenda. She's a radical leftist. She's not interested in the truth. She pushes these conspiracy theories and fake news, CNN calls her a reporter, and everything is to defame Donald Trump and protect her Democratic allies. It's that simple. And so it comes as no surprise that her latest reporting is also completely and utterly wrong. According to the nuclear watchdog at the UN, IAEA, the centrifuges at Iran's Fordow nuclear facility no longer operational. The CIA says Iran's nuclear program was severely damaged by U.S. strikes. Also, according to Israeli intelligence, quote, and I will read it, the devastating U.S. strike on Fordow destroyed, let me repeat, destroyed, obliterated, you pick your adjective, destroyed the site's critical infrastructure, rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. We assess that the American strikes have set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons by many, many years. Even Iran themselves admitted their nuclear sites were badly damaged. The Department of Defense released a visual to help members of the legacy media mob understand how America's massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs were able to obliterate Iranians' heavily fortified nuclear facilities. The only voice of reason in the Democratic Party, God bless John Fetterman. He put it this way: to those who were unimpressed or borderline gloating on a leak, Operation Midnight Hammer worked. I have been calling for and fully supported those strikes, and it made the world safer. It should transcend partisan politics. Senator Fetterman absolutely got it right. Unfortunately, almost no one in his party agrees with him. In fact, his Democratic colleagues, they tried extra hard. What, to try to make our military, our operation here look like a failure? What, just to get one over on Donald Trump? The left's Trump derangement syndrome, clearly, it knows no bounds. But there is a bigger problem, and it's also
he knows no bounds, ladies and gentlemen,
on the courage, the success, the precision, the bravery of the incredible men and women that serve this country, protect all of your freedoms, all of your liberties, those people that risk their lives in this very dangerous and very successful military action. Why do you have to smear them? And today, the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Kane, had this to say about the successful strike. And by the way, the brave men and women who carried this mission out, God bless them. Thank you. Take a look.
The Joint Force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordow. First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. Two, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. Three, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. Four, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it.
Because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump. Because you want him not to be successful so bad.
Oh, man.
You have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Oh, my goodness. God is the greatest. The United States is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. I'll say that again. The United States is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. All right, liberals. This is for you. Joy Reid, okay?
What do the American people think? Two polls out today, a CNN poll, a CBS poll, both show that pretty large majority.
Thank you for the super chat. Ergon 8382, God bless you. Thank you.
Oppose the United States bombing Iran, okay? 56% disapprove, 44% approve. Basically identical results in these polls. Not a whole lot of things right now get results like that, and it's pretty clear where they stand.
That probably also includes a lot of Republicans who voted for Donald Trump because he promised not to wage World War III, not to get us involved in foreign wars and forever wars. Look, we can debate the history, but we are where we are, right? And so I would feel a lot better because all of us around this table are old enough to have lived through a point in American history where we went to war and where foreign policy and military action was taken based on inaccurate, either purposefully inaccurate or negligently inaccurate information about weapons of mass destruction. I think it is important at this point for the President of the United States to be accurate, to be transparent, and to be deliberate. And yes, I know that bragging, exaggerating, bluster, and lying is part of Donald Trump's brand and his persona, but the American people and also the members of Congress who were supposed to get briefed today, and that briefing got canceled at the last minute, deserve transparency and deserve to know exactly what is happening here and what comes next.
Is anyone going to talk about the fact that there's a ceasefire? Is anyone going to bring up the fact that Iran?
No, they're not going to bring it up. They're not going to, sir. They're not going to bring it up. They only see trouble, failure. These guys are pessimists. They're not optimists, okay? As long as it's Trump, they don't care because they already have a base that says Trump is bad. Trump is the bad guy. Oh, so they can't even say one good thing Trump did. They can never say just one thing Trump did that is good. I'll tell you now, they can never.
And Israel are not bombing each other as we speak?
Is
that not a victory?
Arthur, it is a very good question.
Less death going on right
Arthur,
now?
it is a very good question. I think people have been wondering why Iran reacted the way that it did to the strikes from over the weekend. Why did they telegraph to the United States that they were going to send missiles to those bases, that base in Qatar?
Right.
And I think that some people are asking tonight whether one of the reasons is because they know that what's underneath Fordo and these other nuclear sites isn't completely eliminated.
No, that's because they don't want any more bunker buster bombs dropped on Iran.
Exactly.
You know who said that MOP, the massive ordnance penetrator, you know who said that was going to be the #1 deterrent to nuclear Iran? Chuck Schumer. And he said it when Barack Obama was president, and he developed it.
Is that true? Is it actually true that it is the #1 deterrent? Because look, and I want to be clear, this assessment that we're discussing, it's preliminary. It will be added to by other intelligence agencies. There will be disagreement, as there often is, as you know, I know you know very well. So I don't want people to think this is the Bible, okay? It's not. But at the same time, is it not likely?
All right, so you can go do your research about what Trump has done, but I'll just tell you one that really came close to my heart. And I said, you know what? This guy, everybody has said he's a racist. Everybody that used to like him, that used to take his money, the Clinton Foundation took his money, about $100,000 back in the day, and all of a sudden, he's a pompous daddy's money boy. His race, yeah, okay. Oprah Winfrey used to love him, but back to what he has done. The First Step Act, okay? For people who come in the chat and say, look at your skin, and you voted for Trump. Do you know how many people that look like me were released from prison because of Trump, because of the First Step Act? Do you know how many people were convicted because of Joe Biden for drug use? They were sentenced to prison for years and years. And Trump said, you know what? It's over. If that's the only thing Trump did, that's okay for me. But he's done so much. Opportunity zones. That wasn't good for you. Opportunity zones wasn't good for you. The Abrams Accord wasn't good for you. Now, forget about 2016. Let's come back to where we are right now. Ending the war isn't good for you. Look.
That Iran has already moved the enriched uranium.
Of course, talk about Central Park Sis from 1945. Okay, take us back. All right, but you would never say, what about Joe Biden that sent so many minorities to prison and called minorities what? What did Joe Biden say about minorities and well-privileged kids? But yet everybody act like he didn't say those things. He didn't do those things. But if it's Trump, oh, here comes the devil. Here comes the devil, Trump.
Just
Okay.
restart this whole thing in a year.
Well, this is not a story about one bomb. Iran's capabilities have been massively degraded.
So Trump does something good. Oh, it needs your vote. That's it. It needs your vote. But take a look at the Democratic or the Democrat-run cities like Chicago. Okay, the mayor of Chicago looks like me. But take a look at what's going on in Chicago. They call Chicago Chirac. Okay, they call Chicago Chirac. Look at what is going on in Los Angeles. Look at New York. You can hate, you can say bad things about this guy, but he gets results. Okay, he gets results.
Over the last year and a half, Israel has done a remarkable job of destroying multiple armies, full armies. Israel has absorbed 28,000 rocket attacks, and this little David has defeated this massive Goliath, and that opened this opportunity for the United States. And yes, there is a sordid history, but the United
And of course, when I said 1945, that's just me exaggerating. Of course, Trump was born in the 40s. You spoke about Central Park 5. I'm just saying it's as old as ancient times. Okay, so calm down. All right.
States since 1945 has basically guaranteed and overseen the greatest period of peace and prosperity in the world relative to all other points in human history. And the United States is
but Goliath is the United States. The United States did not start.
Versus Iran.
Did not.
Are you
hold on.
the murders of Tehran.
First of all, one moment. Two nuclear powers, the United States and Israel, bombed a.
Exactly. That's what you resort to. You call me a houseboy. You call me a coon. You call me a bootlicker. Whatever you want to call me, I am those things. Okay? Yes, I'm a houseboy. Yes, I'm a bootlicker. Yes, I'm a coon. All right. Does that make you feel better now? You feel better now? I'm glad you feel better.
Non-nuclear power, which under the Obama administration signed a deal to decrease their enrichment of uranium. They signed that deal under President Obama. Donald Trump came along, abrogated, and ended that agreement such that they could begin enriching again. And Joe Biden came along, did not put that agreement back in place. Iran has been outside of that agreement since President Trump's first term. Did they in that time build a nuclear weapon? They did not. The 16 intelligence agencies which assess this for a living, it is their only job, have already concluded that they were not attempting to.
Wait.
One other question.
Hold on 1 second, just a second, because Jamie, I'm curious about this. Yeah. What she just said was that since Iran is outside of the nuclear deal that Trump got out of, were they able to build a nuclear weapon in that time?
Yes, so the answer,
8+ years.
Do they have a nuclear bomb now? Probably not. But here's what happened. As part of that deal, they were given money which went to all these proxies.
I understand that. I just want to be clear, because I think the point that she's making is that in that time, Iran has not actually, at that time, the talk was that they were weeks away, months away from building a nuclear weapon. We're 8 years later,
They
and
are.
still
They've
not
been
done.
weeks away since the 90s,
Abby,
according to BBC.
On May the 31st, the International Atomic Energy Association
All right, here we go.
censured
Yes.
Iran for being out of compliance. They say they've not been truthful. They say they have
Yes.
undeclared nuclear material.
Yes.
They have
Somebody tell
nuclear
Joy Reid
material
that.
that's enriched to 60%.
But
Why do they
I
do
think
that, Joy?
one of the
Why do they
questions
enrich-
about
That's way
one
more
of the
than you
questions
need.
about
One moment.
one of the questions about what the American people know and what they trust is, do we have a good understanding of where things stand in terms of Iran and a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
And I think to Anna's point, there's such a long history of Americans feeling misled. I think that
Being
people
misled, not
being,
feeling.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Being misled. I think people are legitimately wondering, when you warn that this is weeks away, how true is that? And
it
should
is
we
true.
really
It
be
is true.
getting
We
into
know-
a war because
we
of
know
that?
they have uranium enriched to 60%, which you don't need for a civilian nuclear energy program, which, by the way, they don't need a civilian nuclear energy program
Or a
anyway.
space program.
In your
Right.
view, so
Missile
how
program.
arrogant to tell them what they need. They have been 2 weeks
Whose
away
side are
since
you
Bibi
on? This is
Netanyahu.
Exactly. Whose side are you on? Well, who is America to tell Iran what they have or what they need to have? What do you say? Just like Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg say, well, if you're black and you're in the United States, well, look, it's the same thing as living in Iran. What? What? What?
In 96,
I wanna go back.
he said it to George W. Bush. He said it to Joe Biden. He said it to Barack Obama.
Look at this
He's
girl.
been
Nuclear energy program, which, by the way, they don't need a civilian nuclear energy program
Or a
anyway.
space program.
in your
Right.
view, so
Missile
how
program.
arrogant to tell them what they need. They have been 2 weeks
Whose
away
side are
since
you
Bibi
on? This is like
Netanyahu said it in
supporting Iran.
96.
I wanna go back.
He said it to George W. Bush. He said it to Joe Biden. He said it to Barack Obama.
Wait.
He's been saying they've been 2 weeks away since 1996
Wait a
when my
minute, though.
children were in.
Wait a minute, though, Joy.
So
Joy,
he
you're-
keeps
you're-
saying that they're 2 weeks away.
Can
The
I
bottom
tell you what
line.
I'm also legitimately wondering about? This almost seems too easy. And in the same way that Donald Trump's 2 weeks to decide was a ruse, apparently, how do we not know that Iran's tepid response in sending the missiles to Qatar and telegraphing that they were doing so is also not some sort of ruse, and that this is, just beyond what we are comprehending, particularly because we have.
One thing I have to say here is none of these people, including me and you in the chat, have the same information that the United States president has. You don't have security clearance. You don't have access to classified information. No, you don't. They don't. We don't. Okay? So why are you questioning someone who has more information than you, someone who has classified information for his eyes only? This is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But you think you know better. Here we go.
A president, a secretary of defense, and an entire administration that is telling us over and over again that their capacities have been obliterated, and that seems not to be the case.
The risk there is also that it doesn't come in a conventional form, and that there's, we've heard people, Pompeo and others, warning about sleeper cells. So, I mean, I think the idea that everything is all great and there's no threat to the United States.
They already had a
It's been
sleeper
13
cells.
days of an unprecedented, successful, targeted attack
man.
degrading Iran's capabilities by Israel. It's a miracle.
Two nuclear powers bombing a non-nuclear power. And do you know how I know?
It's a strategic triumph by the United States is so much better off than
This
we
sounds
were.
like the Iraq War. This
World
sounds like,
Wait a minute,
oh my
wait a
God,
minute.
2003 wants its history.
I want to go back to
right now. We have
Brad has been wanting to get in. Brad, go ahead.
Joy asked a question earlier. She said, you allege that the United States has not been attacked by Iran. Iran backed militias that attacked United States forces 170 times in Syria, in Jordan, and in Iraq. You know who said that? Joe Biden said that. That's why he authorized F-15
No, Joe
strikes.
Biden is perfect to Joe.
By the way, Joe Biden is the same president who has allowed Israel in an unrestrained manner to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza. So I'm not sure that Joe Biden is who I'm looking at. I'm not sure Joe Biden is who I'm going to for the moral authority here.
Good evening from Washington.
Oh, man. Oh man, one thing I gotta say is we can't be too divided, man. We're way too divided. It's always Republican versus Democrat, conservative versus liberals. What I'm saying is America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Everybody needs to come to the realization that the United States is where we are, is where we live, is where we raise our family, have our businesses. United States is providing security for us. Everybody needs to, come back to the realization that, okay, I'm enjoying my McDonald's, my Chick-fil-A, okay, going to Walmart and spinning my car keys and going to Target, okay, and enjoying 24/7 power uninterrupted because I live in the United States. Can everybody just, come back to that realization? Okay.
At the Pentagon, as we mentioned, where Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was railing against the news media for deigning to report on the existence of an early preliminary U.S. assessment on the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. We also heard a far more serious and sober presentation by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane. Though General Kane conceded it was not his job to do damage assessments, it was the job of the intelligence community. He did present with visuals some detailed information about the strike.
The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. We know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight."
Let's get more in-depth analysis on this from retired U.S. Army Brigadier General Stephen Anderson, who served in Iraq supporting Operation Iraqi Freedom. General Anderson, thanks for joining us. So we heard General Kane there. He showed a test video of what a bunker buster does. How does that test video compare to what you think actually happened?
Well, let's look at the test video, and you'll see down here, you can see that the penetrator enters the ground about here, and then it has impact in this area down here. Okay? That's great. That's beautiful, a big explosion, everything you wanted to see. However, what you fail to see is that it's only about 10 or 12 feet here, and we're talking about a target set that's 300 feet deep. So you're showing a video.
So all the way down here, theoretically.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
way down. And so my question is, why don't they have a test video that shows more accurately of what the mission set really was? And to me, it's very misleading to show a video like this with a big explosion. We already knew it was going to be a big explosion. But the point of the MOP is to penetrate. This only penetrates a few feet. We need to get a penetrator that can go 300 feet, and he didn't show that.
Yeah, and we should note that at no point is anybody questioning how well the pilots performed here. They hit their targets excellently.
This Jake Tapper was the same guy that told you Joe Biden was sharp as nails. Oh, he had a starter. This guy was falling off stairs, walking into the Amazon rainforest. Couldn't say sentences right. And these same guys that can go search deep into the mountains and say, well, we need the video, are now coming and say, well, you have nothing to say. Just praise the military men and women that got the job done and say, God bless the United States and the United States military. Okay, that's all you have to say. You have nothing to say. Just say those words. Okay, God bless the United States and God bless the United States military. That's all. That's all you had to say. Because if you couldn't just see with your eyes that Joe Biden wasn't fit, it took you 4 years to write a book, and now you're apologizing to Lara Trump. Oh well, look, I'm sorry.
And also, this is the first time this has been used, right? A bunker buster. It's relatively new technology.
This is new technology. This has been in development for about 15 years. I mean, but one would think that they would do a better job of getting a video that could demonstrate what the capabilities of the bomb are.
Man. Let's take a look at the other graphic shown in today's press conference, which shows the ventilation shafts at the Fordo site. What does this show? What does this not show?
Well, this is a very simplified diagram, and it bothers me because there's no legend. It doesn't show, again, we're trying to go 300 feet. It doesn't show anything like that. It's also showing the ventilation.
When I see people who have never started a business, who know nothing about even registering for an LLC or filing for S Corp or C Corp, and they're talking about, well, Trump has failed. He has filed bankruptcy 6 times, 7 times. Thomas Edison failed 10,000 times. Guess what he said? He said, I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work. And Trump failed 6 times. Do you know how many rockets Elon Musk has blown off the sky because of miscalculations? You think to be great in life, all you have to do is win, 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 win. You have to fail, but you've never failed because you've never done anything great. So you think failing 6 times or filing for bankruptcy 6 times is so huge. What about Thomas Edison? 10,000 times. If you lived during Thomas Edison time, your fecal mind would have said trash, and Thomas Edison would have been like, look at you. Look at you. Oh, Trump failed 6 times, filed bankruptcy 6 times. Just 6 times? That's why you're crying? Man.
Shafts to be very straight, very linear. My experience in working in Korea and been to Cheyenne Mountain and in Raven Rock up in Maryland, these shafts are not perpendicular to the earth. They move, they turn, they twist, and it's very difficult. So to assume that we could bring some kind of a mop to go straight down the ventilation shaft all the way to the bottom is pretty ludicrous in my mind.
So you think that that's questionable, whether
Absolutely.
or not it, I mean, we heard that the pilots dropped the bombs and they went right down the shaft, and you don't doubt that they went into the shaft, but we don't know if it was a completely vertical line.
Absolutely, Jake. That's the point. And the other point is that the General Kane talked about hitting these.
And this is the thing. Well, Trump is such a failure. Yes. Right? He's such a failure in your mind. Oh, well, he filed for bankruptcy 6 times. Yet, he is the president of the United States. So he failed forward. He failed forward. He failed 6 times. He filed bankruptcy 6 times, according to you. But yet, he is the 47th president of the United States right now. He's your president right now. Or I don't know if you're in the United States. I mean, what more can you ask for? He failed, yes. But now he is the president of the United States. I mean,
with caps, with concrete caps, okay? The point of a concrete cap is not only to seal the structure and seal the cave, but also to provide pre-detonation so that the bombs detonate too early, so they can't penetrate because we already know, General Kane admitted that there were multiple GBUs that were used on the caps. And that's very important. Now, I want to bring up the example of when we had in Iraq, we used to use these pre-detonation facilities right here. We used to put covers on all of our DFACs, all of our critical infrastructure like this. The intent was to pre-detonate, to make the bomb go off earlier than it needs to go. And that's what they were trying to do. The other thing that would tell me about those caps is they knew that we were going to hit them. That's why they put the caps there. What other things did they do to mitigate the effect of the GBUs?
What other fortifications that we don't know about?
Absolutely.
And Secretary Hegseth said he was not aware of any intelligence suggesting that any enriched uranium was taken.
This video right here is a whole segment about how the Pentagon strikes were probably not successful. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are they doing? Like, jeez.
from these 3 sites before the strike.
He's not watching the same media that the rest of us are. I mean, there is open source reporting that on Wednesday, perhaps 15 trucks left Isfahan loaded for bear.
One of the 3 sites.
Absolutely, one of the 3 sites. That's where the highly enriched uranium was. And we already know it's easy to transport. It was only 400 kilograms, so you could fit it in the back of a van. And by the way, Jake, I mean, Iran is a huge country, 2.5 times the size of Texas. There are a million places where we could have hidden that highly enriched uranium, and that's really a problem. We got to find that stuff.
All right, fascinating stuff. Brigadier General Steve Anderson, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let's talk now with Republican Senator Eric Schmitt of the great state of Missouri, which is home to Whiteman Air Base, where the B-2 bombers that participated in last weekend's strikes on Iran are headquartered, and Senator Schmitt is additionally is on the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator, what can you tell us about the Iran briefing on Capitol Hill this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it corroborated at this point a lot of the open sourcing out there that the nuclear facilities were totally destroyed. You can use the word obliterated. They have no capabilities. They have no capabilities, and we're talking about years. So that is was a good takeaway from the meeting. I think everybody was relieved to hear that. Of course, the general and others went through the plans in great detail, and there were a lot of questions that were asked, good questions that should be asked. But I think it's clear that this was a very successful mission. The pilots that left Whiteman really in an unprecedented move, Jake, with the subterfuge of a couple going to Guam and the others headed east, were able to drop about 420,000 pounds of bunker-busting bombs on something the size of a desk to complete their mission. So they should be congratulated. And I also think it's important, too, that President Trump, immediately after this, pivoted to peace, and I think that's the next stage of all this is further diplomacy. And I know for me, that was very important with this sort of new era of American realism foreign policy, as opposed to us getting pulled into, a long-standing forever war in the Middle East.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way. It sounds like an incredibly successful mission by the service members, including the pilots at Whiteman. We still don't know, and we won't for a while, the complete and final intelligence review of what was destroyed, how set back the program is. Being set back years is great. Being set back forever, even better. What information are you still waiting to hear?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, we're going to continue to monitor. The good thing here is, Jake, is that the conventional weapons of the Iranians have been completely wiped out. The Israelis control all of that airspace. So any concerns about anything that might happen in the short term, that's just not probably realistic because the Iranians have been totally wiped out from the air. They were surprised by this, but the Israelis pressed air dominance, and they still have it. So the Iranians, I think it's one of the reasons why they were so willing to enter into the ceasefire and hopefully into some fruitful discussions here to have a long-standing peace. And I also think it's worth mentioning, Jake, in President Trump's first term, you had the Abraham Accords. This, of course, sets the stage maybe for the march of a second round of those Abraham Accords. So, look, yes, we got to hold on to all of this, but the ingredients are all there, hopefully, for something very positive long-term.
Let's turn to the big Trump agenda bill, the domestic policy bill and legislation. You acknowledged earlier today that Republicans are going to take another swing at writing the language into the bill that the Senate parliamentarian would accept. Obviously, we talked about earlier how some of the language involving Medicaid right now, she said, cannot be used under the Senate rules that Republicans want to use to require just a simple majority vote. That will push back the timeline, of course. Do you think July 4th, having this on the president's desk by July 4th, is still realistic?
I do. I don't think that whatever happens in the next day or so with a redrafting of language will push us beyond the weekend window. We're all committed to being here over the weekend, whether that's Saturday or Sunday, which still gives the House time to be able to act. And we're committed. I mean, we're still working through, individual items, but we're getting very close because everybody's committed to delivering on President Trump's, campaign promises. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, making sure those tax cuts are extended. That would be a $4 trillion tax increase. That'd be thousands of dollars for every family. You have money to secure the border. You have money for deportations. You have money for our national defense. So I think we're all still very well committed to that, and we're still on track timing-wise.
The senator from across the border there in Kansas, Roger Marshall, said he wants to fire the Senate parliamentarian for what she did, her assessment. Do you agree?
I understand the frustration, but I actually think we're going to be able to work through this. One example of that is originally the not allowing SNAP benefits to illegal immigrants was bounced, and now that's back in. So I'm pretty confident we're going to work through these and get the savings that we want, make sure illegal immigrants aren't getting their taxpayer benefits, and ultimately still delivering on all the things for American families. I'm still hopeful.
Last month, you told a local outlet, Missouri Net, that you did not think cuts to Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid are on the table. Your Republican colleague, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, Senator Susan Collins of Maine, they're worried that the new Medicaid limits in the bill would devastate rural hospitals in their states. Your state, Missouri, more than 1 million people in Missouri are on Medicaid. What's your message to them?
The benefits aren't going to get cut here. I think we've been very clear about the only people that would lose benefits here is if you're an illegal immigrant or you're not eligible. But nobody who's eligible is going to lose. And if you're an able-bodied adult, there'll be some work requirements. That's it. And I actually think we're doing a lot of work to strengthen the system for those who need it most. Pregnant moms, poor kids, individuals with disabilities. I have a provision to cut through the waiting list so more individuals with disabilities can actually access services that they need. So we want to strengthen it for the people who need it most. But as far as anybody that wouldn't be receiving benefits, that's going to be limited to illegal immigrants.
Republican Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri. Thank you, sir. Good to see you, sir.
Thanks, Jake.
On Capitol Hill, senators wrapped a classified briefing with Defense Secretary Hegseth, Secretary of State Rubio, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Kane, and CIA Director Ratcliffe. That briefing focusing on the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, strikes that President Trump has repeatedly insisted, quote, obliterated, end quote, Iran's nuclear program.
Without any classified information whatsoever, I think it's safe to say that we have struck a major blow alongside our friends in Israel against Iran's nuclear program.
They blew these places up in a major league way. Major league setback, years, not months.
I walk away from that briefing still under the belief that we have not obliterated the program. The president was deliberately misleading the public when he said the program was obliterated. It is certain that there is still significant capability and significant equipment that remain.
In multiple public briefings today, the White House has deployed a unified and defiant message that President Trump is right. This despite an initial assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency, one that was made with, quote, low confidence, that Iran's nuclear program might have only been set back by a few months.
I can assure you what the CIA director said, that when we look at the entirety of the intelligence that we have to this date, it concludes that these strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities were absolutely successful. It was a total obliteration, as the president said.
There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities.
General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, notably did not use the word obliterated and deferred to the intelligence community when asked if he would use it. Right now, at the White House, President Trump hosting an event to promote his policy and spending bill, that quote-unquote big, beautiful bill that he likes to talk about. We're going to be monitoring that event. We'll bring you any new comments from the president as they unfold. But we do want to start, of course, with Anderson Cooper in Amman, Jordan, with the very latest here. Anderson.
Yeah, Casey, thanks very much. Appreciate it. I want to bring in CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny, who's at the White House, also CNN's Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju on Capitol Hill, and CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton, because there's a lot to kind of get through about what we have heard so far today. Manu, I want to start with you. First of all, what are you hearing? We heard some of that sound from senators on the Hill. What else are you hearing from senators who were given that closed-door, highly classified briefing?
Yeah, I spoke to a lot of senators as they were leaving, and the overwhelming consensus is that it did have an impact. It did have a major setback for the Iranian nuclear program. There is a debate that seems mostly along party lines at the moment about how far of a setback.
We're not going to do this anymore. Let's go. Next one. Anderson Cooper.
Good evening from Amman, Jordan. Tonight, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran continues to hold, but many questions remain about exactly what the state of Iran's nuclear capabilities are, as well as what their intentions are and what will happen next. Now, a lot may depend on how much damage was done by the massive bombing raid conducted by the U.S. Today, members of the Senate were briefed behind closed doors by the administration. House members will get a similar briefing on Friday. As you might imagine, senators today emerged from the meeting divided over what they heard. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham embraced the president's use of the word obliterated. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy did not.
Obliterated is a good word for me to use. I can tell people in South Carolina nobody is going to work in these 3 sites anytime soon. They're not going to get into them anytime soon. Their operational capability was obliterated.
I walk away from that briefing still under the belief that we have not obliterated the program. The president was deliberately misleading the public when he said the program was obliterated.
Like, what do you have to gain? What do you have to gain by telling the American people, well, look, the president was lying? Every time it's Trump is lying. Trump is a liar. Trump is a racist. Like every single time. Like, aren't you tired? You've impeached him twice. You try to put him in prison. You raided his home, yet 77.3 million people voted for him. And he's the president now. All you have to do is just support him for this next 4 years he has, or 3.5 years he has. And you could go vote for whoever you want to vote for. But support him because he is the leader of the United States, the leader of the free world. He's representing the United States. If you talk to him like this, or you talk about him like this, how do you think the world will talk about him? But guess what? He was at the NATO summit like 2 days ago, and they were calling him daddy, like daddy of the world. Like, come on, man. People say, well, Trump, people don't respect Trump. What do you mean people don't respect Trump? They don't respect Trump, but they're calling him daddy? Daddy.
Now, perhaps some of this comes down to partisan differences, or it could simply be that the intelligence is incomplete or not fully convincing. Assessments are...
He's getting impeached again. So what? So what? Impeach him again. So what? Like, it's meaningless at this point. Like, at this point right now, it's absolutely meaningless. And I keep saying this, I would never compare the King of Kings to any human being. But the Pharisees crucified Jesus. I mean, in their mind, they were doing the right thing. Don't forget, I said I would never compare the King of Kings to any human being. But don't forget as well, he was crucified by the Pharisees, the people who knew the law of the land.
After all, still being made. This morning, before the senators were briefed, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff spoke to reporters. The Joint Chiefs chairman was straightforward, talking to reporters and the American public about the operation and the men and women who conducted it seemingly flawlessly. The Secretary of Defense was more animated or amped up. He was very critical of the press's reporting on that early DIA assessment, which was leaked Tuesday to CNN and the New York Times.
You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible.
The Secretary of Defense went into detail about what he claimed reporters had failed to report about the DIA's early assessment, but nearly all of what he cited, we had also cited in our reporting. We thought it worthwhile to take a few minutes and let you hear in greater detail the claims made by Pete Hegseth today and just a few examples of our reporting on that leaked assessment over the last several days.
I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment.
This initial intelligence assessment from the DIA, which was leaked, was, as we reported, very preliminary. No doubt more assessments using other methods, other sources, and deeper analysis are being done. To be clear, that DIA assessment is only the earliest and first word that we know of on the matter.
I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low-confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available.
And these are preliminary reports, as CNN indicated in its reporting when this broke yesterday. And there will be other reports coming. This is an early assessment. There will be other assessments, and bomb damage assessments takes time.
How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post, MSNBC, CNN?
Israel released a statement from its Atomic Energy Commission saying that the strikes destroyed, in their words, the critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable.
How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years.
Today, the IDF chief of staff said that their program had suffered severe damage that would set them back years.
John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night.
Late today, CIA Director John Radcliffe had this to say, and I'm quoting from his statement: CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates
Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable
and accurate source/method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed
and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision-makers fully informed. Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright: overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program.
Joining me now is David Albright, former UN weapons inspector.
There were 3 sites that make the centrifuges, and those had actually been declared to the International Atomic Energy Agency, and so there's a confidence there weren't others, and so all 3 were destroyed.
How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was.
Pilots did a remarkable job flying all the way around the world and back without stopping safely.
So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful.
It was a successful mission. Ordnance was dropped exactly where it was supposed to be dropped.
You're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission.
It was no doubt a remarkable military achievement, flying halfway around the world, hitting targets with apparent precision, then returning home safely. No one would say or has said otherwise.
There are so many aspects
That's
of
what
what
you're
our brave
saying.
men and women did.
That's exactly what you're saying by continuing to belittle this operation that was sanctioned by the 47th President of the United States. What are you saying by, well, it wasn't successful? What are you saying? That's what you're saying. If you're saying it wasn't successful and telling the entire world, it's not like you're just telling Washington, D.C. or the United States. You're broadcasting worldwide.
That because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible.
It's nothing to do with the remarkable ability of these pilots who flew all the way from the United States and back, executed, dropped payloads exactly on target. Massive damage was done you can term it whatever you want. The job was done, and it was done. It was executed, it seems, to perfection. The question is, what were the results of it? That's what Secretary Hegseth claimed we said and what we actually said.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
The Defense Secretary, Pete.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You guys are the best. I do this because I love the United States. I believe the United States is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. I believe the United States is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. And I'm blessed to be here. It's a blessing for me. God is the greatest. The only thing that I just wish is more Americans would just acknowledge and, you know what, embrace the fact that you may not think you are living in the greatest country on earth, but I promise you, man, when you do travel, and probably you go to Cancun for, your weekend, summer holidays, once in a year or twice a year, or maybe you go on Jamaica boat cruise or whatever you do. But if you actually go live outside the United States and see how people are actually living, you would cherish the United States. I'm not saying other countries are not beautiful. I mean, Japan is beautiful. Even Saudi Arabia is beautiful. You can move there. But to say that the United States is not the greatest nation on the face of the earth, and to even belittle the United States and you were born in the United States, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to support your home first? Aren't you supposed to support your homeland? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. We have been streaming for 4 hours now. God is the greatest. I'll say it one more time. God is the greatest. And the United States is the greatest country on the face of the earth. You can hate me for that. I'll take it. I'm a big boy. Like I said, words don't hurt me. That's why I just let everybody freestyle in the chat, and I'm enjoying myself, smiling because I actually have a beautiful daughter that I get to hug every day and just live a real life. This is the internet life, okay? People can say trash on the internet, but it's obvious if you have the time to go on your phone and spend 2 hours, 3 hours watching a channel on YouTube, and you have the time to say trash on that channel. Do you have people who actually give you hugs and kisses and say, "Hey, daddy, I love you so much. Can you give me a big hug?" I don't think you do. Because if you do, you wouldn't go on people's channel saying trash. If you had someone who calls you and say, "You know what? I love you so much. Have a wonderful day. God is with you. God is your strength." You wouldn't be coming on people's channel and saying trash. You would not. It's just because I wouldn't do it. I don't go on liberal channels and say, look at you, you're such a stupid. I don't have time for that. This is the only thing I have time to do, you know? And after that, spend some quality time with my beautiful daughter. But you have time to come say trash on somebody else's channel. You know what I mean? So, and you've been watching for 2 hours. If you didn't like it, you could have just kept on moving on, like move on with life. But no, no, no. No, no, no. Because your life is probably so boring that it's like, ugh. But we have a beautiful community here. We have our esteemed members. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. But of course, the GOAT is Dr. Luke. And of course, we have hardworking, because, yeah, they're hardworking. The hardworking moderators. I saw C. Shelley. I saw C. Shelley earlier on, but I guess she went to bed. She's like, look, I can't take this no more. She went to sleep. Shout out to Jet. God bless you, Jet. God bless you, Jet. Thank you for being here. And thank you for not sending all these folks out, because Jet has the power to actually block all of these folks. And I'm surprised it didn't block you. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Jet didn't block you. But I guess he's having a good time as well. Shout out to Mr. Busky. And shout out to everybody who tuned in, man. Whether you are a liberal, whether you're conservative, whether you're Democrat, Republican, progressive, independent, it really doesn't matter, okay? As long as you love the United States, I'm not going to be pointing fingers and say, look at that. Look, at the end of the day, everybody should be looking for ways, avenues to make sure the United States is great and stays great and be better. That's all we should be looking for. That's all we should be doing. It's okay to say your opinions, but when you stop pointing fingers and look, this is where we have our family, our businesses, our community. My daughter just started tennis 2 days ago, and she loves a tennis club, and it's like she's 5. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is so wonderful. I get to experience my 5-year-old daughter playing tennis, enjoying herself, because she lives in the United States. She was born in the United States, the greatest nation on the face of the earth, and she would represent the United States. And it's like, how wonderful is that? And then I think to myself, oh, I got to go on stream. These folks are waiting. Oh, I got to go on stream. I got to go on stream. I got to go on stream. And the leftists are waiting to hang me. They're waiting to hang me. God is the greatest, man. I love you. I truly love the liberals, the Democrats. Look, I love you. And you have to understand that, because without you guys, it's not going to be fun. Okay. And with that being said, whatever you're going through right now, some people are going through grief. Some people are going through, mental issues, lack, living paycheck to paycheck. Some people are one check away from being homeless. I just want to tell you, God is the greatest. God is your strength. He's never going to leave you. Stay strong. Sometimes life is hard, but stay strong. All right? Stay strong. Stay strong. Please. Don't throw in the towel. Don't quit. Don't quit. Okay? Please do not quit. Stay strong. You never know. You might be so close, but then you get discouraged and you stop. Don't stop. Forget about what people are talking about. Focus on yourself, your dreams. Keep fighting for what you want. Focus on your dreams. Focus on yourself. And I also want to say shout out to the fathers, the hardworking fathers. As a single father, it wasn't by choice. God decided to do what he does. And it's a lot of work, but it is the joy of my life to be able to do it. And I'm grateful to God for giving me the strength, the means to be able to do it. Because without God, I am nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that because I just want to say, fathers, I know you got to work. You got to put in the hours. You got to do what you got to do. You work hard. But please make some time for your children, man. Make some time for your kids. Log in some hours and spend some quality time with your kids. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. He has a 7-year-old kid too. And you can tell he's a great father because he's always joyful when he talks about his kid. So, fathers, please take some time out and spend time with your kids because your job can let you go just like that. Your jobs can let you go just like that. But your kids, they got nowhere to go. You are their parent, and they didn't choose to be here. They did not choose to be here. We chose to bring kids into this world. So it's our responsibility to take care of these kids, to nurture these kids. And shout out to the mothers. Mothers have been doing great jobs for years, for generations. So I really just got, I I really just want to say I admire the mothers. I truly admire the mothers. They've been doing great job for generations. So yeah, shout out to the mothers. And shout out to the military personnel. Shout out to our military. Shout out to the veterans. My prayer is one day, hopefully, there would be no homeless veterans. Hopefully, there would be no homeless veteran. There will be no hungry veterans begging for money on the streets. Hopefully, that's my prayer. My prayer and my dream is one day, I hope and I pray that our government would do something remarkable and get every single veteran off the street, because they've sacrificed a lot. Shout out to the military. Shout out to the veterans as well for protecting our homeland. Shout out to the law enforcement officers too. And shout out to ICE, baby. Like I always say, legal immigrants do not want illegal immigrants. Look, it's just facts. Legal immigrants do not want illegal immigration. It's just what it is. It is just what it is. So, God is the greatest, man. God is the greatest. Okay. God is the greatest. I'm just happy. I'm happy. Okay. I'm happy. I'm just happy. That's all I can tell y'all, man. I'm happy. And I'm thankful for this small community that we have. Most of these liberals just go and come, sometimes they never come back. But we have genuine people who actually come and stay and come back again. So God bless you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And with that being said, whatever I forgot, I'm gonna say it next time, okay? So, but don't forget, whatever you're going through, whatever life has brought your way or is bringing your way, just remember that God got you. God got you. Everything is not about politics, okay? It's not just going to be about politics. You have a real life, okay? You have a wife or you have a kid or you have a job or you have a community. It's not just about politics, okay? Don't sit down in front of MSDNC or CNN for the whole day and get your brain brainwashed and then you hate your fellow American or you hate your fellow sister or your brother. No. Some family members don't even talk to their family members because they're Republican or because they support Trump or because they support Joe Biden. It's like, what are you doing, bro? It ain't even, look, what are you doing, man? This is family. You bringing politics into family? Like, this is real world. This is your family. Leave all that stuff outside. We can have fun, deliberate on stuff, argue, debate. But we're not. Come on, man. Come on, man. We got people who actually love us, okay? Come on. Loosen up, okay? Come on. Loosen up, okay? Loosen up. Can you do that? Just loosen up a little bit. All right. Shout out to everybody one more time. Shout out to the GOAT. Shout out to Jet. God bless you guys. And it is your boy, Genesis. Welcome to the Genesis Show. And I am signing out.